talking for like 10 minutes and y'all ain't hear not a lick of what I had to say. All right, so we coming back. We run that whole situation. So yeah, you're now tuned into the 18th annual Happily Natural Day. Pardon the glitches. Ha! Yo, so check it out. What we got going on today? This is the 18th annual Happily Natural Day, and the deal is, we decided to go virtual. You know, we're in the midst of a pandemic globally. People are getting sick, people are dying from COVID-19. So our responsibility as event planners, as organizers, as people of the movement, is to make sure that our community is safe at all times. As long as we've been running Happily Natural Day, security is of utmost priority to us. So when COVID-19 first started breaking out, it was our decision to say, hey, we have a mass gathering of African people, and there's no way on earth that we can be irresponsible and bringing all these people together and expect us to be socially distanced, right? In the midst of people vending, in the midst of music, in the midst of networking, it just was not plausible that this could be a reality. So as a result, we decided that people come to Happily Natural Day for the information. People come to Happily Natural Day for the vibration. So, we figure like we can do the best that we can under these circumstances to provide you with what we've been providing you for the last 17 years and not jeopardize anybody's health and wellness, because that's what we stand for: holistic health and wellness, cultural identity, and social change. So today, um, we're gonna have an amazing lineup of presenters. We got folks from all over the country that are tuning in with us this year that are gonna be rocking with us, and I'm gonna be introducing you to some of our vendors that'll be vending with us virtually as well. Uh, this is this is the first time for us, so pardon the bumpy road, just roll with us for real, because this is a technique that we had never used before. Who would have thought that in 2020, we would be doing virtual festivals. So this year, man, we got brother Kalanji Jamachanga, who's going to be presenting with us on how to organize the People's Army. We got Baba Maliki Kini, who's going to be presenting on the importance of urban agriculture, food cooperatives, and the difference between food justice and food access. We got Dr. Iris Latham from all the way Costa Rica, who's going to be dropping on raw foods in an amazing way. I mean, this is an honor to even be hosting this, brother. Uh, 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 Iris is a pioneer in terms of raw food. So all of us that are trying to get our health up, that are trying to tap in to healthier ways of living, the culinary arts is the way to go. And this man's got some information for you that's going to be world shattering. We also got my sister Amaris Salah, who's going to be doing some poetry for us after we get done with our intro to welcome. Um, we got my brother Tanisio Sinyanama, who's going to be talking about the difference or the myths of what is organic, which is going to be really important as all of us are coming up and folks are trying to get into healthier eating. It's important to dispel a lot of these myths. Brother is going to be doing an amazing job on rocking with that. Unfortunately, Chef Rain Truth won't be with us this year, but that's not to say that we won't be able to do something with her later on. We just couldn't get all the things necessary together to get her in the place to be today. Um, so check this out. What's gonna happen? I'm gonna do a little bit. I'm gonna do this thing uh, that we feel is super important. Um, for those who are aware of Happily Natural Day, our origins are deep in African tradition. This is a grassroots African festival. And what we aspire to do is to honor uh, the, uh, the, uh, the elders, the ones that came before us. And this focus uh, explicitly is because we understand that we are children of the movement. And when I say the movement, I mean the Black liberation movement. I mean the movement for the empowerment and for the reclamation and regeneration of African people on a global scale, right? And part of this African identity work that we do is always honoring our ancestors, those who came before us. And so part of that, or the way that we do that, is we use a technology uh, that we call pouring of libation. The pouring of libations is a way that we open up the door to our events, to our mass gatherings. This is the way that we bring the energy of those who came before us into the room. So we call upon folks that have dedicated their lives to Black liberation, to the liberation of African people explicitly. And calling them forward is invoking uh, the sacrifices that they made, evoking the lessons that they taught us. It evokes the visions for a equitable future that African people have been fighting for over 400 years. So the way that this works, the way that I'm going to do this, virtually, is I have a list of people that I'll be calling upon. This includes, notable personalities, but it also includes my own family, elders that have passed away in my family that have paved the way personally for me. And if you're tuning in, I ask that you join in this technology, in this practice at this moment. What what I hope to do, and what I hope you will do, is that you will call on the ancestors that have impacted you the most in your work for Black liberation and your own sphere of influence, and also your personal bloodline, those who've come before you, through the legacy of your parents, your great grandparents, and those who came even before them. If you know their names, you'll call them. So this is a form of ritual, right? Ritual is super important for us in these moments. It's our opportunity to wrap our intentions around today's event, and not only today's event, but just you know what's going on. Period. We have so many uh, we have so many crises and so many just situations that are hitting us from all sides, and on from the Most High or whatever universal God principle that invoke. Uh, you know, we are all thankful for that universal energy, but we most definitely need to pull on those who came before us for strength in this moment. So what I'm going to be doing is we got water, um, and I have a plant here to my side. And as I go down this list of elders that have been influential in not only my story but all of our stories, um, I'm asking you to call on names as well. So I'm going to start off. Every time we call a name, we say Ashe, which is so be it. And uh, I'll just get started. So to jump it off, the first, uh, I say Muhammad Ali, Ashe. I say Kwame Ture, Ashe. We say Benjamin Banneker, Ashe. James Baldwin, Ashe. John Mitchell Jr., Ashe. Gabriel Prosser, Ashe. Denmark Vesey, Ashe. Romare Bearden, Ashe. Mary McLeod Bethune, Ashe. Fannie Lou Hamer, Ashe. You say Maya Angelou, Ashe. You say Arthur Ashe, Ashe. You say Richard Allen, Ashe. You say Ralph Bunche, Ashe. You say George Washington Carver, Ashe. You say Shirley Chisholm, Ashe. You say Dr. Ben, Ashe. You say Delbert Blair, Ashe. You say County Cullen, Ashe. You say John Henry Clark, Ashe. You say Martin Delaney, Ashe. You say Prince Hall, Ashe. You say Lorraine Hansberry, Ashe. You say Marcus Garvey. You say Medgar Evers, Ashe. You say Langston Hughes. You say Zora Neale Hurston, Ashe. You say James Weldon Johnson, Ashe. You say Martin Luther King, Ashe. You say Claude McKay, Ashe. You say Elijah Muhammad, Ashe. Say Rosa Parks. We say Chadwick Boseman. We say Sojourner Truth. We say Harriet Tubman. Ashe. We say Booker T. Washington. Ashe. We say Malcolm X. Ashe. We say Carter G. Woodson. Ashe. We say Alame Braithwaite. Ashe. Ashe, Ashe. We say Elizabeth Chavis, Arthur Chavis, all those ancestors known and unknown who sacrificed themselves for African liberation. Ashe. We welcome you into this space. So check it out. I hope you were following along. I hope you were calling on the names of your ancestors. Sorry, I'm getting a little worked up. And I'm thankful for all the sacrifices that have been made to push us forward to this moment. Rest in power to all those who have been victims of police brutality, all those who have been assassinated, political prisoners. We give thanks for your sacrifices as well, those who are behind the wall. This is Black August. It's too much talk about Black August and not enough talk about the political prisoners. I've seen too many people taking Black August and putting it out events and things like that with no discussion about freedom fighters, no discussion about political prisoners, no discussion about George Jackson at all. You know, the people who literally sacrificed their lives to push this struggle forward. So check me out. What is Happily Natural Day? If you're just now tuning in and you don't know nothing about Happily Natural Day, we started in 2003. Happily Natural Day is dedicated to cultural identity, is dedicated to holistic health and wellness, and is dedicated to social change. Happily Natural Day started in 2003 in the basement and back parking lot of the Black History Museum and Cultural Center of Virginia. So 17, 18 years ago, we came up with this idea to develop a festival dedicated to loving ourselves as people of African ancestry. That work was inspired by, this whole idea of, at the time, it was the 50th year anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education. And if anyone is familiar with Brown versus the Board of Education, you should be familiar with a man by the name of Kenneth Clark. Kenneth Clark was a psychologist. He did what is called now the doll study, where he presented young Black children with Black dolls versus white dolls and asked them questions as it related to those dolls to infer what damage segregation had or has on the self-image of African children. And when he put these dolls in front of the children looked at the Black dolls and said that the black dolls were bad, were ugly, and the white dolls were good and beautiful, right? And when he presented that evidence as an expert witness in Brown versus the Board of Education, it helped reshape the way people thought about our inferiority complexes or internalized oppressions as a result of racism and white supremacy in this country. So, on the heels of the 50th anniversary, we said, hey, man, it's important for us to try to do something to address this work, particularly. And we developed the festival wrapped around one of the more obvious ways that people of African ancestry uh, uh, are deal with this internal oppression on an external level, and that way was hair, right? You know, we came at it from the perspective of natural hair versus, you know, getting your hair processed and conditioned or what have you. You know, that phenomenon uh, by itself is something that is rooted in our internal oppression as people of African ancestry. So, what's intriguing about that conversation is that, you know, this is well before there were any natural hair care products in stores. This is before bloggers blew up doing natural hair tutorials or any of that stuff. This was back in the day when, you know, it was still a taboo topic, right? So we came out talking about how important it is for people to embrace their natural hair, but quickly, you know, realized that that is such a superficial conversation, even though it has very deep implications in terms of the psychology of people of African ancestry. What we decided to do was wrap that conversation about natural hair around a conversation about holistic health and wellness. So while we were challenging people to think about, you know, what is good hair, like why do you think straight hair is good versus, you know, the natural textures that, you know, you might experience as a person of African ancestry. Why is this? Why do we deal with these ideas differently? We also started to wrap the conversation around colorism into it, right? Which is something that is also apparent in terms of our internal oppression. How do we uh, feel like, you know, lighter skinned people of African ancestry are more beautiful or more acceptable or more welcomed into the mainstream culture than people of darker hue, right? So these two phenomena, both skin and hair, even though seemingly very, you know, superficial, allow us to take a deeper dive into how white supremacy, racism, this hierarchy of human value has infected people of African ancestry's consciousness and pushed them away from anything close to being embracing of their heritage and identity. The first festival was held again at the Black History Museum. We had Dr. Lila Africa. We had Queen Quet from the Gullah Geechee Nation. Uh, we had people such as Samuel, what's Samuel? I think Samuel Wright. Why do Black people call themselves the N word? Um, you know, and those talks, you know, were really important because of, you know, while we had vendors and musicians, the musicians providing liberation music, you know, it was the core energy of presenting you with these workshops and these lectures that defined, you know, what the festival is all about. So fast forward, 2003 hits. You know, we do the festival for the first time. Nobody, including myself and the people that I organized with, shout out to Basama and Lioness. None of us imagined that we would be doing the festival, that the festival would still be going. After the first time we did it, you know, people asked, "Are you going to do it again?" Right? And so that natural, organic uh, kind of evolution is what brought us to this day. Uh, you know, the people demanding or asking us to do it again is what kept it going every year from 2003 to 2004, on and on. You know, along the way, you know, so many different presenters have been able to present through the festival, and so many businesses have begun as a result of the festival. Connections have been made, relationships were formed. And, we were even blessed to be able to tap in and connect to African American farmers who have been, instrumental in the evolution of Happily Natural Day. For several years, I think in 2008, 2007, we started doing Happily Natural Day in Atlanta, Georgia, which exploded our urban agricultural focus. Shout out to the brothers Kashawn Myers, Ross Kofi, Rashid Nuri, brother Tanisio, and all the other family that have been digging into that particular pot for years, for decades. So, tapping into that space, and shout out to Kalanji Jamachanga and his family, FCP movement, because if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have been in Atlanta under the auspices and under the commemoration of Black August. So, now today, 17 years later, when we originally started just talking about African identity, now our focus has expanded, and we've become very explicitly focused on transformation of the built environment. And I say that because it's important for us to say that as people of African ancestry, it's not enough for us to try to reform the system. The system cannot be reformed. It was built to exploit and genocide our community, and it was built and designed to genocide and destroy the planet. There's no way that we can undo that damage that has been done, or that intention that sparks all of that. So, our work is about how do we transform our communities in a real sense. And when I say a real sense, I mean, practical, applicable, physical transformation. This is built off of years and years of us doing work to raise consciousness, to do the internal work. But if the internal work does not manifest into an external transformation of our communities, then it's all for naught. So our work around urban agriculture is dedicated to transforming neighborhoods, transforming communities, activating food justice, activating climate justice, activating climate resiliency. And this is the work that we've been doing for the last 12 years, since 2008, when we started connecting to the farmers and dealing with urban agriculture. So I'm saying all that to say, we are happy. We're happy to get, happy to take you all through these phases. Our work on the ground right now looks like not only the delivery of Happily Natural Day, but it also looks like the daily work of urban farming to increase access to healthy food for our communities. It looks like the taking of vacant lots and transforming them into community gardens, into orchards, into public green space. And in that way, for our neighborhoods and for our communities. And on top of that, is dedicated to building social cohesion between our community members that live in these neighborhoods and getting us connected, even in the light of social distancing, doing the work that's necessary to evolve our community. So so this is the flow that is where we're standing at right now. Super thankful for everyone tuning in today. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna jump into one of our first presentations, simply because it is 11:30 and I know y'all are tired of looking at me. Let's see. So I'm going to show you some video from one of my sisters. This is my sister Kiran Bhagat, and she's talking about her work from Ancestral Farms. And when we tune back in, we'll be jumping in with one of our first presentations. You're now tuned into the 18th annual Happily Natural Day. Okay. All right. So yeah, sorry. Yeah, I mean, this is what it is, man. Flow with us. I mean, you all up in the, you're in the mix with people that the party people that do the thing. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this is what it is, man. We figuring this whole technology out, man. Trying to get it all down for y'all. Um, so I got my sister Amaris Sila, who's gonna be tuning in with us next. Um, you know, One of the things that's super important about Happily Natural Day, and not just Happily Natural Day, but just Black liberation, man, Black arts, is that we use art as a technique to raise the consciousness of the people. And when I say raise the consciousness of the people, what I mean is we use visual, we use spoken word, we use fine arts, we use textiles, we use painting. You know what I mean? We use breakdance and dance. We use all of these different art forms as what I like to call like puzzle pieces, or kind of like the squares in a Rubik's cube, in order to activate uh, the higher ethical principles or the higher faculties, higher interpersonal or historical properties within us, right? So it'll be a song that you might hear that might activate a certain way of thinking, you know what I mean? That might take you to another place or inspire you to do a different type of thing, right? Or it might be a visual painting that you might see that might just touch you in a way to make you think like, wow, make or inspire you, to look at the world in a whole different way, you know. And then it's the, the you know opens you up and it helps you feel free. It's the drum. A lot of times we don't appreciate the fact that in the cultural war that white supremacy has been waging against our community, for 400 years, one of the first things they did was ban the drum. You know what I mean? Or and ban us from speaking our indigenous language, right? And so there's something about the passing on of stories, the passing forward of stories that uh, connects us intergenerationally, that points us in the right direction. You know what I mean? And so I'm super excited that we got I got this sister um, that I've known for years, man. Actually, I've known her since the early days of Happily Naturally back in 2004, 2005, and she's gonna be sharing with us in a little while. But in the meantime, in between time, let me see if I can get uh, you know what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be busting you in the head with some of our virtual vendors, and I'm gonna share the information there. We'll be back. Um, we have this sister named Fancy, who's been down with us for a minute. Fancy is going to be sharing some of her work with us as well as we go on today. And right after Amaris, we're going to jump in with Honey Changa. And I think after that, we're just going to kind of roll, man. There's got to be some bumps in the road, baby. You know what I mean? We trying to get this thing jumping off. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. I mean, how we're using technology to try to connect the African family. Um, I for sure am one of the advocates of technology, but it's if you ain't got no Wi-Fi signal, the junk it goes nuts, haywire. So y'all just bear with us, as we get this stuff. Uh, I'm gonna come back to y'all as soon as we got Amber. We're gonna come back with Amber's live and direct right with y'all at the annual Happy Naturally. Y'all just stay tuned.
Mhm.
Yo, hey,
Hey, my apologies, brother.
look,
I
welcome
was
back.
pushing through. I've been pushing through a lot of things to be here, so
Yo,
I just give thanks.
I'm over here. Wow. Okay, let's go, man. Like, yo, this is crazy. All right, let's stop the share.
Huh?
All right, so yo, Amherst, I'm so thankful for you, man. Thank you for pressing forward through all of the, the glitches in the matrix. I feel like really in this moment, man. I feel like we are like trying to navigate the matrix, man. Like we over here through digital pipelines, trying to sync up through the thing, man. This is crazy, but it's good.
Yes, yes, and so serious, but we doing it nevertheless.
That's it, yo. And I also want to thank you, man, for taking the time, man. I know you got, family, you know, uh, work that's going through right now. You know what I'm saying? My condolences
Thank
to
you.
partners of other passing. You know what I'm saying? Like definitely, I saw it on the book. I just, you know what I mean? I appreciate you, for even being able to share some time with us today. You know what I mean?
Yes, I think it's important, and it was important to her. And now, um, let me just take one moment to cut a fan off that is bothering me in the background, and I'll be right back.
Okay, take your time. Take your time. Take your time.
One more.
Back. See, you know what I mean? This is what happens. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are African family, man. People say I be going in on people, man, but for real, man, all I do is I love my people. You know what I'm saying? I love my people before everything. You know what I'm saying? So that this work that we do, this is not just
All right.
for likes and all
So,
that stuff. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is real relationship. Yeah.
so thank you again, Brother Manifest, for inviting me. It's been a long time that we have been working together and doing this work together. And so I'm very honored that, first of all, I just want to give you your kudos because I'm learning more and more that we have to give flowers to the living while they're here. You know what I mean?
Well,
And you've been holding things down for a very long time. You've been very consistent. And so we know where your heart is. We know where you are. There's a lot of people coming up, and being all kinds of revolutionary. But uh, when we've been in it for a long time, when we've been doing this for a long time and consistent, that really shows who you are and where you are. And even what you do with food. So we're definitely going to get into some of that with the poetry. And I want to dedicate this set. I've never dedicated any set to anyone before, but I would love to dedicate this set today to two powerful women who have been very influential in my life. One of them is Mama Akosawa. Um, she made transition also this year, and it was very hard for me. And we both knew her
for sure.
through actually through this platform.
Right. Yeah.
So
Through the movement, man. Like she put us, you know what I mean? Like I knew you before I knew her, you know what I'm saying? But then I knew you also through her, which was
isn't
fabulous.
that
It was
something?
like when I saw you at the Locks conference that year, Yeah, I mean, you don't know how my heart sang. You know what I'm saying? To see you in that space is like, oh, this is my people, man. Like it's that connectivity, man. That it's like it was a reinforcement. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Like, oh yes,
yes.
you're in the right
And I
space.
felt the
You
same
running
way. I
crazy.
felt the same way when I saw you. I was like, oh, Brother Manifest, yes,
Right.
And so it's beautiful. It's a beautiful network that we have, and I appreciate all the contributions that she's done to that community, in that community that we have, and also um, the direct impact that she's had on me. And so I definitely want to dedicate this set to her, as well as Mama Barbara, who recently transitioned. And for those who don't know, Mama Barbara Ann Williams is her name, and she is my daughter's grandmother, on her paternal grandmother, and also a very beautiful soul, powerful soul, and she loved children. And so I'm going to be doing some poems today in honor of those two beautiful spirits, and I want to ask their spirits to join me, accompany me, give me strength, and let every word from my mouth come from the spirit and feed our people. Ashe. So, should I just get right into it, brother?
Yeah, yo, hey, I was just gonna tell people, hey, look, I was gonna tell people how I know you. You know what I'm saying? But
Oh, okay, let's go, let's go.
so hey, look, there's no need to even like waste time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know, I'm so thankful for Sister Amber for the work of the spoken word circuit. I think one of the first times I heard you present was at Queen Sheba did her did an event at a hotel in Norfolk. Um, and damn, I can't remember what year that was. I think that had to been like 2006. It might have even been before that, bro. It might have been like 2004, for real, for real. Like I saw you present, and I was like, wow, blown away, right? And remember, we brought you down for Happy Master Day. You know what I'm saying? It was rich. You was all connected with sisters in Norfolk and the seven cities, work around, community, etc. Brother Dantrez Omi, Stu Hines,
Yep.
Ross, all those brothers, what I'm saying? And so, I just have a major respect for, what you bring to this space. So we've been connected for a moment. And even to this day, when I saw you, like I said, it was one of those moments where it was like, oh, I'm in the right place because I know this person from a whole nother place.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And her being in this space is like validation for me being in the right. So I know her in a whole nother space, a whole nother connectivity. And I think that spirit, that type of I don't even know what to call it. Like that type of kismet is what we need to be like lifting up. Like, yo, I was in that space. Mama Kusawa is an elder, the Locks Conference. Man, I can't even go. So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna pass the mic to Sister Amaris so she can share poetical words with you all, and then yeah, we'll enter some dialogue as well.
Okay. Open your eyes so you can really see all the pain, the hate, and misery. It's a war outside, it's up to you and me. We hold the light so people, let's get free. Traveled the sands of time and nearly lost my mind. So many people lost and need to be found. We lost in translation, searching for salvation, looking for a piece of peace in this wicked nation. So tired of being patient, I hear the music playing. It's real loud and the melody keeps saying, saying. The time is now, Babylon fall down. No more waiting, it's the seventh time around. We marching for justice, marching for peace, marching like Malcolm did in the streets. We moving with ease, got fight in our feet, burning through to our soul. Trying to contain something not meant to hold, feel a symbol more priceless than gold. We are the mighty warriors, so let the truth be told. We hold a light visible for blind eyes to see. Hold it up real high, 'cause we got to be free.
Yes, indeed.
Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. The first and the last, I am but a seed in the vast paradox of life. I give life and life more abundantly. Let my words make you free, because without me, you will never grow. And the world will never know that you reap what you sow. Sewn into the fabrics of our lives, I am buried deep within our wives and mothers and daughters. And sunshine on me, and I grow from an embryo to a tree. Oh, how beautiful it is to be me. Fertilized by his wise manure, I maneuver through images lost in time with my descendants in mind. I walk like Elijah, I trust like Job, I pray like Daniel, I survive like Harriet, I rise like Maya, I dream like Martin, I stand like Malcolm, I give like Marley, I write like Mumia, I fight like my life depended on it. Because all of life depends on me, I am essential to transmitting life. You see, this poetry is not just good for the ear, it's good for your soul. I stand bold because I know from whence I was sold. Rode the wings of angels and fell to be planted deep within the earth, all to show you how much you're worth to him. I send messages straight from above. There is no greater love than cedar for seed. I'm watered not for mere need, but divine purpose. Been more than called for this, for many are called, but few are chosen. I've been woven into him, so all you see is him through all of me. And you thought I was just a seed. Indeed, I'm small, but when grown, I'm the greatest. I made this my mission. I speak things into fruition. Be quiet and listen. Be careful of what you're missing. My tongue is more deadly than katanas kissing, because I've been given a great gift. And despite the myth, faith the size of me can move mountains. Come drink from my fountain and thirst no more. I am food for the poor in spirit. And yes, you should fear it. Faith is guaranteed to open up doors that no man can shut. You can't cut me down because you didn't create me. I'll grow again like a pesky weed in your garden. I'm more than you could ever bargain for. And just to make sure you're satisfied, plant me to be multiplied within you. I'll defend you from a world that says you can't, because I did, so I know you can. We can stand tall together, and no matter the weather, we will survive, because I will constantly feed you. For as long as you need to take and eat of my flesh, I'll do my best to keep you alive. And when troubles arise, think on my words and be purified. I am the truth. I will never hide from you. I'll only abide in you if you let me in. I'll begin to show you who you are through him. So don't take this for granted. If you don't walk away with something planted, then I didn't do my job and you've been robbed, because I have a home and I take it everywhere I go, because I'm planting seeds. I take this thing seriously. This is my destiny. A seed must be planted to grow, and I had to die in order to produce. You are my soil land. We need each other like woman and man, and for as long as I am your seed, John. Plant me in their hearts so that they and I forever remain part. of you. I just want to be used. I like to open up most sets with that piece because it really sets a foundation for my relationship with this art form. I don't do this art form for claps and snaps. I don't do it for money. I don't do it for notoriety. I only do it for our people, and I only do it to raise consciousness. That's it. I never jumped into the game for snaps and claps. And I just only hope to plant a seed, like Tupac said, that will grow and impact some real change. So on the topic of seeds, I'm gonna go into this next piece. And I believe this next piece is an important piece because of so much of what's going on in the world right now. It's called Corpulent Corpses. And it has a lot to do with food justice and all kinds of things, but it has to do with our consumption and greed and how it is affecting us. So I like to do this piece for you all real quick, Corpulent Corpses. There is an esoteric agenda, and our mass destruction is at the center. Deep like a splinter, poison in the body of those who guide us. They deny us of even our basic needs. Mouths full of greed won't stop devouring what they eat. Long enough to see, they're killing us and themselves at the same time. Meanwhile, we're too occupied with that pie in the sky that before we realize it, the weight we carry multiplies. We close our eyes and wander further asleep. Mama always said, be careful of the company you keep. Now we've been slipped a Mickey, waking up wondering how we got these hickeys. How did we get raped? Was it in something I ate? There is an esoteric agenda, and what we consume is at the center, the core, what you purchase from the grocery store, tracking the food we eat, the places we sleep, the fashions we buy, where we fly. The all-seeing eye is watching you die, helping you destroy yourself, to keep taking until there's nothing left. Tie the bib of glutton tenaciously around your neck. Feed yourself poison without regret. Neglect your temple. Deprive it of the nutrients essential to its growth. Tighten that rope. I think it's a joke the way we talk about obesity in this country, as if it's not a physical manifestation of capitalist hunger and greed. The seed has been planted. Now we cultivate our dreaded death on our own. Used to being left with scraps from the bone, fat back chitlins and pig feet, while our so-called masters feast on delicacies. And we wonder why high blood pressure is a Black disease, why my father has diabetes. They tell me it runs in my family like I don't recognize the byproducts of slavery. The savory taste of oppression, first sprinkled upon us, then seeping in. Sprinkled upon us, then seeping in. When, when, when. Oppression does not prepare us for freedom. Oppression does not prepare us for freedom. We just ingest an injustice against ourselves, like we don't long to taste freedom for ourselves, harvest the land for ourselves and for our babies. Instead, we cast our children cradled carelessly into a cycle of defeat because we feed them the same diseases we swallow, spreading contamination down through the bottle. Doctors diagnosing childhood obesity in infants now. And my cousin keeps returning to the hospital somehow. They tell me she has to change or she'll meet an early grave. Eating garbage or barely eating at all. We must respect the art of discipline and make moderation the law of the land. There is an esoteric agenda, and our mass destruction is at the center, the core. A quiet war fought from within. Are you at least worth fighting for? Or maybe enough is never enough, because we still give our admiration and trust to people who only pretend to care about us, when their true alliance is reserved for the wealthy few, who in return control everything that we do. There is an esoteric agenda, and this agenda is relying on you. So what will we do? What do you do? Get to know Mother Earth again. Hold her power in our hands. Hold our own power in our hands. Eat to balance our being so we can stand strong again. Hold your own life as full as you can. Begin to eat to live again. 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 Corpulent corpses.
Yes. Word.
That
Nice.
piece I feel is so important right now.
Woo. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Give thanks.
For sure.
I'm looking at the time, so I'm going to do a few more pieces. But I do want to respect the time, even though
It's all good, man.
I
We have
was late.
I got my brother, Michael Carter Jr. coming up after you. I'm sure you.
Okay. So how am I looking? Do I have time for?
Yeah, you got time for another. You got a time for another piece or two. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. All right. Um, this other poem that I wanted to do, I wanted to start it with "Ain't I a Woman" by Sojourner Truth. Her speech. I wanted to play the audio, but again, I've been having a lot of technical difficulties, so I'm not going to be able to play the audio for that particular song or for that particular poem. But I wish that I could, because it brings in the energy of what the poem is trying to speak or is speaking. Before I do that, though, I'm going to do another piece dedicated to women. Now, I think that it's interesting in the ways that a lot of conversations are trying to divide brothers and sisters, men and women, trying to pit us against one another. And that is not at all what I'm doing. I'm celebrating womanhood, one, because I am one, but also because I feel like there's a lot there that we need to unpack. And then within movements, and a Brother Manifest, I can definitely say you've never been one of these kinds of men, but we all know that there are certain kinds of men, even within our movement, that tend to stifle and subjugate women. So I'm going to do two pieces kind of back to back, dedicated to sisters. And I believe, again, this is time. It's well past time to have some of these conversations.
Sure.
I can be a poetess, empress, rebel, and friend, sister, teacher, mother, and then lover, goddess, warrior too. I can do it all, but what can you do? I'm a Wonder Woman. I wonder what kind of man are you? I'm a Wonder Woman. I wonder what kind of man are you? I can be your Black nationalist poet, preaching potent principle and writing revolutionized rhymes to re-educate raped and fragmented minds. Or I can wind this waste of mine and be your Rasta reggae rebel, rotating righteous rhythms round and around to make all nature a sound. I can be your action advocate activist, aiming AKs or articulate arduous arrows at almighty atrocity armed authorities, affirming we want ample adjustments in American policy, probably now. Or I can simply be your audaciously adorned arm piece, peacefully parading as passive, perky, patient, perfectly pretty and pink and purple passion painted personality, happily. I can be your at all times thinking fearless teacher, teaching targeted truth through thought out technique to tower over tall tales taught and told to impressionable youth. Or I can simply be your ever learning listener learner, listening to even the whispers of wisdom hidden in the words of wine wailers and wanderers who welcome war like warriors with it written into their flesh as destiny manifests. I can be your nurturing mother-like figure. Figuring love is the best antidote, especially when mixed with a dose of toughness, refrigerate and let soak for say the rest of your life for. I can simply be your light, shining effortlessly and bright, bright enough to brighten even the darkest night like a star in the sky with meekness, no might. No need for force when you have power and insight. I can be your strong, sublime sister, a shoulder to cry on because I'm a good listener and quick to have your back. Well, because family gets down like that. Or I can simply be at war with you using words. Piercing punctuation with poisonous venom just to make positive my point is planted purposely in them. Or even the way our master metaphors having sentence structure screaming for more. I assure you this way back when warrior woman whips words rightfully into shape as they escape like beatings against enemy con game. Guarantee real hard to tame, similar to a field of fiery sugar cane. I can be your wife, your number one woman, like the only one that's going to be calling you husband, your supporter, your healer, your queen, your hard rock, your soldier through TikTok, the other whole of we, conquering impossibility with the tenacity of 300 armies and love and love and love and love and love with no boundaries. Or I can simply be your down and dirty dream come true, your naughty 90s nightingale, your foreign freaky fancy, your tasty tantric tingle, seductively satisfying your secret salacity that rock you to sleep, ride you to sleep free. Then wake you up to make love with our souls spread susceptible celestial. I can be your cleverly courageous creator, creating something out of nothing, converting boys into men, girls into women, ant hills into mountains, scraps into feasts, trash into art, words into wings, and darkness into light. Or I can simply be your worst nightmare, a sapphire woman full of fight, one who knows who she is and what she deserves, refusing to settle for less, refusing to go quietly like a thief in the night, but staring you dead in your face and demanding my respect. Fearless feline, rewind time to find the best of my kind, destroying all of your lies, destroying your power and daringly destroying your dreams. I am so much more than what I seem. Imaginations can't even begin to contain me. I am a promise, not a threat. I am Wonder Woman, so don't you dare forget. I am, I can be everything you need and so much more. But brothers, what will you be to us? The ocean or simply the shore? I can be a poetess, empress, rebel and friend, teacher, sister, lover, and then mother, goddess, warrior too. I can do it all, but what can you do? I'm a Wonder Woman. I wonder what kind of man are you? Ain't I? Ain't I? Ain't I a woman with my eyes of fire and outstretched arms? With my deep toned brown skin, muscle over bone? Ain't I strong? Ain't I a woman with my full breasts and round bottom? Deep dark wound that you came through. Ain't I more than my body too? Haven't I always been there with you? I plowed, I planted, I mowed, I chopped, I gathered, and you say I can't do what a man can do. Like I ain't been through what a man been through. Like I ain't shackled alongside you. Wasn't I whipped beside you? Wasn't she hung beside you? Wasn't her raped beside you? Wasn't woman created beside you? So what makes you think we're separable? What makes you think I ain't what you are? What makes you think that we can go farther than our arms collectively allow? The Trinity consists of man, woman, and child. Meanwhile, Black Power brothers choose to subdue their women and mothers, choose to reduce us to mistresses and lovers and cooks and secretaries and ushers, and usher us to back lines as if we didn't give birth to sojourner truths on the front lines with our youth clinging on our backs. Still, you plan counterattacks, depreciate our worth after we gave birth to your seeds. depreciate our needs to nags, and we ain't even allowed to feel bad, to feel sad, to feel worthy. Nuestros compañeros en la lucha don't know the difference between a noose and a muzzle, a bone and gristle, a rocket and a missile. We are of the same order. I am your sister, you are my brother. Ain't I a woman in a man's world like we are niggas in this same one? Can't I carry the vote or the gun like I carry your daughter or your son or you in our dreams? I thought we were a team. Seems you betrayed me behind closed doors. Not referring to me as your queen, but rather your whore, like you forgot what we were working for. What are our babies to look forward to now when you're tearing their mothers, sisters, and aunties down? I hear children do what they see, so tell me, how we talking community if we ain't talking about this? And how we working in the community if we ain't working to deal with this? Our healing must be holistic, meaning we can't afford to dismiss where woman stands amiss, this great fight of freedom. Ain't I a woman? Ain't I a woman wrapped in warrior, refined through time with my intellect, my need for respect? Ain't I strong yet? Didn't I lead armies and rebellions with Solitude, Asantewa, and Nanny? Didn't I have the barrel to your back and dared you to turn back? Didn't I tell you we were going to freedom? Or did you forget about that? Didn't I escape from behind bars as a political prisoner? Didn't I raise our families with you missing and without the system? Didn't I break down barriers wherever they stood? Yet here, still I stand, misunderstood. Still pimp from pulpit to politics, from industries to the industry, from stripper poles to welfare lines. It's hard to explain how the same attitudes coexist in revolutionary minds. Kings, redefine yourself in relationship to your queens. Instead of passing your chains to me, unlearn the conditioning of a male-dominated society, homegrown with racist and fascist tendencies. We must relearn and get free. Think radically, work collectively, refocus our energies. Ain't I a woman? Ain't I a woman? Ain't I a woman? And can't you follow me?
Yo, okay, let's open it up. Let's open it
Let's
up.
talk about some things.
Let's open it up. No, real talk. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot. It's a lot. So I want to ask you a quick question before we transition. As an activist, as an educator, as an artist, you know what I mean? Like, that last piece, you opened up a lot of doorways as it relates to like this patriarchy, right? You know what I mean? And how even I myself, like, I've tried to like defend, you know what I mean, like Black men, you know what I mean, in terms of how we've engaged women, you know what I'm saying? And it's been a challenge. Like, I had to work through some shit. Like, I had to literally step back and be like, yo, this is not the way. You know what I mean? Like, we from the objectification to the subjugation, you know what I'm saying? It's like a lot. So for you, as a woman being in this movement, right? Like, how how have you reconciled that, right? You know what I mean? Like, being, a woman in a predominantly like male, like centered space, right? Men are like centered in the movement in ways that may not, well, that are not the healthiest. I mean, so how have you navigated that space? You know what I'm saying? And what has that like shown you? Like, what has that taught you, or what is that teaching you, I guess? Like,
That is such a full question, because there are so many things. How I've learned to maneuver through it. First of all, I want to say I've been very disappointed over and over again. I tell a story about, which I'm not going to say his name today, but it's a very popular artist who we refer to as a conscious rapper. He's on the platform where everybody knows his name, you know what I mean?
Right, right.
But at the same time, when I was in my early 20s doing this work, I had a show where I opened up for him, and we had some exchanges because I'm a upcoming artist in my 20s and he's who he is, you know what I mean? So I'm like, well, look, check out this CD, check out some of my stuff, you know. And I was really disappointed to learn that he was really just, you know, pretty much trying to get me in bed. It was kind of like the way that things were going, to the point where he was physically kind of like blocking me from getting out of the room.
Wow.
And I realized right then the stand that I would have to take, because I knew that I could easily be Mean Gray, Ursula Ruck, whoever, you know, whoever these posts are all on these albums. I could easily be that if I did those things, but I didn't want it that way. And I don't think that it's healthy for us to have to obtain things that way. And so I made a point, and I was about 20 years old. I made a point on that day that I would not sacrifice my values or anything that I believe in to get where I need to get. And I looked at him and I said, I'll see you my way. I use that example to sort of begin the conversation that I want to have when it comes to that, about how I maneuver through this whole thing. One thing I think that is important for sisters to do is, first of all, have self-respect, have your own values and self-respect. So like, I've known you for years. We've known mutual brothers for years, but I've not crossed certain lines with these brothers in order to allow myself to be viewed in the way of respect that I felt was necessary. So I guess what I'm saying is that I've done so many different strategies to try to reach our people. Sometimes I've fed into the lust to try to reach brothers. And I'm just being totally transparent right now. Sometimes I fed into the lust to try to reach brothers, to try to show them like, this ain't the way, you know, I'll get you pulled in here, but this is not the way that we can continue to go, you know, because this way is demeaning to me. This way is not recognizing the fullness of who I am. Believe it or not, Brother Manifest, after years of doing poetry in the same circuit with people, I did a show and I got off stage, and a brother that I had performed with many, many times, built a stage up over and over and over again. He told me, wow, you a good poet. All I used to do is just look at you when you would get on stage.
Damn.
And these are the kind of things, I mean, it's valuable things coming out of my mouth, but all you was doing this whole time for years and years was looking at me.
Right.
Then I hear within movements, you know, I'm in Chicago right now, although I live in Virginia now. Within movements, even here, I've heard about young brothers coming up, forcing themselves on women inside the same movements, doing all kinds of things. And so it's definitely a conversation that we have to have. And I've tried to create forums so we can have these conversations, but a lot of sisters are nervous and scared because also you got to understand, your sisters have love for you, have so much love for you that they don't want to demonize you in the midst of you already being demonized in this larger world. But what's not right is to take advantage of us and to do us wrong. That's not right. You got to deal with that. And I think that's what the poem is trying to reach at. Like, brothers have to take some onus and really deal with some of that mess, like you said, that you were doing. I've never got that energy from you, Brother Manifest, and I just want to say thank you publicly, because I've never gotten any kind of off energy. You might have thought I was attractive. I might think you attractive, but we ain't got to go all there with it and do all that.
It's never been that. It's a, you know, I as a person of the movement, a person that a child of the movement. Like me personally, like I've had brothers hit me and be like, yeah, you know, I know you got all the women, man. You run happily natural day, man. All the natural sisters. I'm like, bruh, is that where is that where we at? Like I made a conscious decision when I was younger, when I first started doing this, to never like use the platform as a you know what I mean, as a thing to
Mm-hmm.
try to like
Mm-hmm.
attract women, because I always felt like if I did that, like the corruption in it, you know what I'm saying, would totally demolish everything we've been building. You know what I mean? So, you know, I never engaged any women that I met, you know what I'm saying, through the platform. It was like, you know, I had to meet you totally outside of that space before I would even, you know what I'm saying? But the reason why I bring that up is because how like, man, this detox is deep, man. We need it. It's for men. The detox is deep.
It is.
We live in a space where, like, you know what I mean, the objectification of women is so like second nature. Like,
It
I mean,
is.
I don't know, it's probably changing, you know what I'm saying, now, but like I know how I was, you know, conditioned, or like how I was groomed as a young man, like, you know, it wasn't the healthiest in terms of how I, you know, looked at women, you know what I'm saying, or like
Mhm.
or saw women in terms of how, you know, we connected. And so I think that man, like I'll just say this, man, brothers need to check brothers and really do deep work around how, you know, we envision, you know what I'm saying, women as a part of our movement, not just like as subservient, not just as like support, you know what I mean, but like as integral. And I know for me, like elder women have surrounded me in this work. So it's like, you know what I mean? I could never imagine like being like, yo, you know, I'm just trying to get some ass, or, you know, I'm just trying to, you know what I mean, being, you know, looking at you as like a sexy body, but like, you know, your work is, you know, vibrant. I've had, you know, you presented at several different happily natural days before. And it's
Sure
not because,
have.
you know what I'm saying, it's because you have reverent work, you know what I mean? And the things you have to say, you know, are pertinent, you know what I mean? And very resonant for the moment. And even now, like in this Black Lives Matter space and this uprising space, like it's of uber importance for us to check this patriarchal way
Yes.
that we engage, you know, sisters, you know what I'm saying, in this space. And it's I know for brothers, like, you know what I mean? Like it's yeah, we could do a whole probably day just dealing with
I know
what
that's right.
brothers is engaged in this space, because it's like there's a hole in the heart of men that
Mm.
with sexual, you know what I'm saying, engagement, right? It's not it's like the lack of vulnerability, you know what I mean? To tapping into who you know, really are, not just like beyond man, female, like who you are as a human being. Men
Mhm.
are taught to cordon off this emotion of love, this emotion of intimacy, you know what I mean? And we fill it with sex. We
Yep.
fill it with, you know, virility, you know what I'm saying? Which is like, you know, our masculinity, like I'm strong. I
Right.
can punch a hole through a wall. I can basketball. I can football. I can do all this physicality. But at the end of the day, you know, those things don't really measure up to who you are as a human being. They might measure your amount of, you know what I mean, strength or girth, but that's how we're conditioned. And it's important for us, like as men, to like check that shit and be like, yo, man, it's not even about how hard you can, you know, plow through somebody on the football field, or how many, you know, hoops you can shoot, or how many pounds you can bench press, or how many guns you got, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like, are you a full human? And
That's right. That's right.
and that's how, you know what I mean? Like I think that's where, you know, the system like teaches us, you know what I
That's
mean,
where it's at.
to like engage in our women, like, you know, I am, you know what I mean? And that's not what the sisters, that's not what That's not what anybody needs. That I ain't even gonna say sisters. It's just period. Like that's not where it's at. But
And there's so much potential though, at the same time. That's the sad part I feel, because in these circles, it's so many beautiful brothers and sisters who come together, right? But when we don't come together in the right way, then we just destroy the community. We just destroy the community. They're like, we have so much potential to build it.
right,
Because I think it's not a problem that people are attracted to each other. That's not a problem. That's a beautiful thing. And you're attracted for so many reasons. We're not just attracted because we want to get in the bed, but we're attracted because we need something from one another. Even I get a lot of attention, but I think that it's mainly because of the love that I have inside. Because I love you. I genuinely love, bro. I love my brothers. It ain't no joke. You know what I mean? I really, really do. And I love you without you having to give me your sexual organ. I just love you in general. You know what I mean? So, so I think that it's so much potential there. That's why we really do need to have this conversation more and work through some of our issues. So I appreciate you, Brother Manifest. I appreciate you. And I hope that something comes off of this, something is created off of this for brothers to really deal with some things. And I host sister circles. So for sisters who are listening now who don't know, I host sister circles, which I'm about to start doing virtually now since the way the world is now. But yeah, we got to do some healing, and then we got to come together and build stronger communities.
I want to tell you how much I appreciate you for even bringing this into the space as the first kind of presentation for the day. You know what I mean? The reason why I think this is important is because you know I've been talking about I've been dealing with internally and just in terms of conversation how like I've been influenced by women in all my work, right? It wasn't brothers hitting me up being like, yo, come join this organization. It was elder women, right? And so, I just think about their tenacity, like being
Mm,
connected, like them having gone through the same type of patriarchal shit, and
right.
then like reaching out to young me. I'm 21, and then being like, yo, brother, I'm taking you under the wing. Yeah, I mean, like
Yes.
that's some higher level shit. That's like, yo, I was pained by these, you know what I mean, by this bullshit, but I wasn't gonna give up on my brothers, and I wasn't gonna give up on to my nephews and my sons out here in this world. I was gonna show them a different way. So, you know,
Yes.
you know what I mean, broaching that topic, we need that. That's healing. That's part of the detox. Real talk. You know what I mean? And that's all I ever call it. I was like, yo, we've learned some bullshit as a result, you know what I mean, of our sojourn, and
Mhm.
we're going through a detox. And so, when we see those scenarios, these brothers, you know what I'm saying, and even myself, like, you know what I mean, I have a queen, my partner, I gotta check myself, like, yo, hey, maybe I'm not even envisioning this shit from the perspective that it need to be seen from. Like, I need to fall the fuck back. Like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, I'm dealing with my own past
Yeah, it's real.
too in the present, as if, you know what I mean, all this shit is real, but it's not. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, yo, Amaris, how could people connect with you, man? How could they sync up? You know what I mean, with the movements that you making out here? I'm about to pass it off to my brother Kalanji.
Okay. Well, right now I'm getting my website back up together. But the where you can reach me is on Facebook at Amaris Selah. That's AMARIS SELAH. I'm also on Instagram, and then I'm starting some YouTube. So I'm starting a lot of stuff. So that would be the beginning, and then my email address, because I welcome people contact me all the time for health consultations for all kinds of things. Um, the so my email address is Amaris, my first name, AMARIS period Selah SELAH period thanks THINKS period, free, FREE,
Word.
at gmail.com. And feel free to reach out to me at any point in time. I love building, especially with sisters, but brothers too. But just know we're not doing the nonsense over here. We just not. It's just not what we do.
King Man be like, yo, hey, look.
We're gonna build human to human first, and then you know what I mean. And then after that, we'll see. But yeah, please feel free. And I guess the last thing I just want to say is that a lot of how we have come up, you know, a lot of this detox has to do with the ways in which we compartmentalize things. A lot of people don't see the connection of food and revolution. They don't see the connections, but I want to encourage us to see the connections, how all things are connected. A lot of times I like to tell people I'm an activist in every facet of my life. Every facet of my life is an act of revolution, okay? Every facet. So be encouraged and understand that when people talk about plant-based and growing food, it's not just about plant-based and growing food. It's way deeper than that.
Way deeper, yeah.
You understand the science of food in the body and how food connects, how food does with our body and our system, how it either helps us to think clearly or not think clearly. People think about why these young people out here killing each other on the streets, why this and this and that. You're not making the connections. That's why. Yeah. All these things are connected. Okay. And we are holistic people. Let's return to ourselves.
Real talk.
I love you all.
I love you too, man. Thank you so much. Yo, 18th annual Happily Natural Day. We doing what we doing. All right. So you can stick around on the call. I mean, you know, we got it all on popping. I'm about to bring on my man, my homie, my brother, Kalonji Jamachanga. Let me see. How can I see here? Let's see how we doing. Kalonji, can I get you on the video? How where you at, bro? Are you at? Oh,
with the cat drug in. What's happening?
There you go.
What's good? Amaris, what's happening? Killing it. I hear you.
Yo.
Word. What's good, man?
Peace,
oh my goodness. I'm great. I'm good to go, brother.
Okay.
We had a little bit of technical difficulties in the first, 30 minutes or what have you, but what's a takeoff without a little turbulence?
That's how it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? That's how we do. That's what, when you talk about struggle, when you talk about building the people's army, it's got to be rough. You know what I mean? And that's why we got the job. You know what I mean? Because if it ain't rough, it ain't us.
That's it.
You know?
If it ain't rough, right. That's it. Hey, so look, people don't know our backstory.
Oh boy, we got big backstories.
So I'm just gonna go brief. You know what I'm saying? Because we're a few minutes behind, but it's all good because we got time, man. This is the powwow for the family. I know people are checking in on the thing. So
yes.
So look, this is what it was. I met you on MySpace.
Oh boy.
Which is
MySpace sound like Black Planet these days.
I know, right? It's a lot. So we connected on that, but it was on some more like, yo, man, let's link up and figure out how we could do some work together. This was back in 2005 2006. So, I was telling them at the beginning of the day how, you came down to Happily Natural Day. You know what I'm saying? And then we ended up starting doing Happily Natural Day in Atlanta.
Sure did.
I was very explicit to let people know that Atlantis energy was catalytic for me.
Man, listen, you're right. It was 2006, and I think that year it was Dead Prez, the Air Likes, and a whole lot of other people. We came with our young FTP squad. You know what I mean? And it was real dope. It's funny. I was talking to Victorious, who was down there. We just interviewed him. Shout out to him. He has the new film, Yusef Hawkins, Storm Over Brooklyn, playing on HBO right now. Right. But
I didn't see that. I was like, shit. He did the Weldon Irvin movie
yes,
and turned around and got this Yusuf Hawkins joint.
yes, that's what we do. That's our weight class. You know what I mean? That's how we do this thing. You know what I mean? We don't you know, like your man said, we don't die, we multiply. So it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, so 2006 was dope. Bringing it to Atlanta in 2009, which was like 3 years later. You know, we had some of the we had heavyweights all through this thing, man. You know what I mean? So I wanted to salute you. I think that we talked earlier this year, and one of the things we talked about was just how young we both were. You know what I'm saying? Even though I'm like 5 days older than you. No. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was like you was in your 20s. You know what I mean? I was like early 30s. You know what I mean? And it was like, you know, it was a beautiful thing, you know, but we didn't realize at the time, what a lot of people don't know is we've done so much work together with so many people that have been a part of this program. So much monumental work, and a lot we forgot that we did until someone comes along and be like, yo.
It's real that you say that, because I'd be like, in a moment, be like, oh, damn.
Yeah, for real.
If somebody remind me of some shit, I was like, yo, wait a minute.
Man, it's panels people be talking about. I still don't know what they're talking about to this day. They swear I was on it. They said some things that sound like I might have would have said it, but I have no recollection. But I'm saying that not for bragging rights, but for fighting stripes. You know what I'm saying? I'm just letting y'all know that, you know, we got to get down and dirty out in this thing. You know what I mean? So it's a beautiful thing to have a Happily Natural, because that takes us back to the whole concept of Black is beautiful. You know what I'm saying? With the whole Alambe Braff movement and just that whole, you know, natural thing. It's necessary. You know, I remember folks would, before they knew what it was, they would just think it's some type of hair modeling thing or whatever. And the same with the Locks Conference. You know, shout out to Mama Kosua, who's now an ancestor, you know, doing a service over there. But you know, the beauty of Happily Natural and the Locks Conference and all these different festivals is that you're going to get some real revolutionary fervor. You know what I mean? It's not just going to be the cultural side. And when I say the cultural side, I just mean the aesthetics, the dress, you know what I mean? How much, you know, water you drink, how many staffs you roll with, what kind of flip-flops and vegan lollipops you chew. It ain't about that. It's about us as a whole. You know what I mean? And it don't matter whether you say you came from a spaceship or the slave ship, or we in the same ship. You know what I'm saying? And it's sinking. So, you know, I'm grateful to be here. I'm honored to be here. You know what I mean? I want to start off by this brother Chadwick Boseman. You know what I mean? You know, that was a serious blow. And I say a serious blow because of the fact that he contributed something, even though, you know, some folks may say, you know, that was a fictional character and this and that. Mm-hmm. What they did in that particular moment is they made it cool to be African again. You know what I'm saying? They made it cool to wear a dashiki. You know what I mean? So you have brothers and sisters in the hood that weren't thinking about no dashikis. You know what I mean? And then, you know, some people criticize, well, they wearing the Chinese ones and this and that. You know, they dealing with what they know. You meet them where you at. Right. You know what I'm saying? Meet them where they at, you know? But yeah, I'm hoping, like right now what we're doing, I hope that opposed to me just doing a presentation, we have a conversation, if that's cool.
For sure. Yo, I'm totally with that. Like, I'm over here trying to get this thing on Instagram real quick.
Word. So no doubt. What I wanted to do too is I think that, you know, I picked up this book again, The Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon. It's one of my favorite books. To the folks who's checking this out, if you haven't read The Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon, this is something that should be in your library, point blank, period. But what I would like to do today is I want to do something that I never do, not sometimes do. I want to read a couple pages from The Wretched of the Earth. And I kind of want to, you know, before we get into it, because I kind of want to just show that here it is, this brother's in Algiers back in 1963. You know what I'm saying? Around the whole Algerian Revolution. You know what I'm saying? Another film you should check out. You know what I'm saying? is Battle of Algiers.
Oh yeah, word.
So I'm giving you two jewels. These are two of my favorite pieces that really help to move and motivate me. So Battle of Algiers, check that out, and check out The Wretched of the Earth. So The Wretched of the Earth, this was 1963 when he wrote this. You know what I mean? But I want y'all to just, I want to read and y'all could bear with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just getting hooked on phonics and everything. But I'm gonna read a little bit, and we can compare notes as to where we are right now and why 1963 being about 57 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Why this is still relevant. All right.
Go ahead.
So this is Wretched of the Earth, Frantz Fanon. And this particular chapter is called Concerning Violence. It says national liberation, national renaissance, the restoration of nationhood to the people. Whatever may be the headings used or the new formulas introduced, decolonization is always a violent phenomenon. At whatever level we study it, relationships between individuals, new names for sports clubs, the human admixture at cocktail parties, in the police, on the directing boards, or of national or private banks, decolonization is quite simply the replacing of a certain species of men by another species of men. Without any period of transition, there's a total, complete, and absolute substitution. It is true that we could equally well stress the rise of a new nation, the setting up of a new state, its diplomatic relations, and its economic and political trends. But we have precisely chosen to speak of that kind of tabula rasa, which characterizes at the offset all decolonization. Its unusual importance is that it constitutes from the very first day the minimum demands of the colonized. To tell the truth, the proof of success lies in a whole social structure being changed from the bottom up. The extraordinary importance of this change is that it is willed, called for, demanded. The need for this change exists in its crude state, impetus and compelling, in the consciousness and in the lives of the men and women who are colonized. But the possibility of this change is equally experienced in the form of a terrifying future in the consciousness of another species of men and women, the colonizers. Okay, so and he goes on. He goes on to talk about, the relationship between the native and the settler. You know what I mean? The native being us, wherever we are. The settlers being them, wherever we are. You know what I'm saying? It talks about how from the beginning, our relationship was marked in violence. You know what I mean? We always hear these stories about how they sold the Manhattan for some beans with the natives, and they went to civilize the savages over on the continent and teach them how to live and how to survive the land and all of this stuff, which we know is bull. But he talks about that violent thing, but he also talks about how he moves on to say decolonization, which sets out to change the order of the world, is obviously a program of complete disorder, but it cannot come as a result of magical practices, nor of a natural shock, nor of a friendly understanding. Decolonization as we know it is a historical process. That is to say that it cannot be understood, it cannot become intelligible, nor clear to itself except in exact measure that we can discern the movements which give it historical form and context. Decolonization is the meeting of two forces opposed to each other by their very nature, which in fact is owed to the situation on the colonies. The first encounter was marked with violence and their existence together. That is to say, the exploitation of the native by the settlers was carried out by bayonets and cannons. Okay, so one of the things that that many of us are attempting to do in this time period, in this era, and forgive me if I was reading a lot, because there's so much more that I'm kind of excited about this, because of the fact that where we are today, it's the same shit, different toilet. You know what I mean? But one of the things that's important is that folks think that we're going to be able to vote our way out. We're going to be able to pray our way out. We're going to be able to shout our way out. We're gonna be able to march our way out, slogan our way out, you know what I mean? And on and on and on and on and on, right? And the reality of this thing is that any liberation that we've experienced here in America or around the world had to do with bloodshed. It had to do with bloodshed. It's unfortunate. We don't want to, we don't want to think about that part because of the fact that bloodshed means that you have to get physical. It's not cute. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna be looking at your tats. You know what I mean? They ain't gonna be like, yo, oh man, you know what I'm saying? He got this Amon Ra tap on his chest. I know he about that life. You know what I'm saying? Or she got, this bone in her nose. You know what I'm saying? She know all the Swahili terms. You ain't gonna win like that. You know what I'm saying? He drink the best alkaline water. Got a plant-based diet. You know what I'm saying? That's cool when it's necessary, but that ain't the totality of it. You know what I mean? You can vote for Biden, Kamala Harris. You can vote for Bernie Sanders. Shit, you can vote for me if you want to. It ain't gonna change a goddamn thing in America. You understand what I'm saying? There's nothing that can be done because of the fact that even me, with the total disdain, discomfort, and disregard for this particular empire, even I know full well that if I was a master chef and I know how to make all the finest cuisines and everybody know me and I got restaurants and everything, and I just decide, you know what? I'm gonna open up a McDonald's franchise. You know what I'm saying? None of that matters. None of my skill set. I can't put no sauteed mushrooms on the Big Macs. You know what I mean? I can't throw no daiquiri in the strawberry shakes. You know what I mean? I can't give you no Grey Poupon. It don't go like that.
It don't work like that, Jack.
Nah, it don't. It's designed to do what it's doing. You know what I'm saying? Now the ill thing about it is some of y'all will hate and want to hurt folks like me for busting that bubble. You understand what I'm saying? It's a hard truth. It's painful. It makes you want to compromise because of the fact that at this stage in the game, you got this orange cat, you got Garfield in office, right? And he terrorizing all the mice. Garfield running amok. He just slapping these mice. He cutting throats. He's sending them back to the borders. He building wall, slapping cheese out their hand. Garfield gangster. He talking trash. He don't care. He talking about grab him by the all that. You know what I mean? His wife naked. He don't care. I'm Garfield. I'm in office. So the mice are running around. They like, man, we got to get rid of Garfield, man. We hate Garfield. Garfield be tripping. We need somebody else. So they look over, they see a rusty mousetrap. And this rusty mousetrap, they looking at it, they like, man, that rusty mousetrap just sit there. We know it murdered a whole lot of mice in the past. And it was chopping mice in half. Mice go to get that cheese, whack out, snap your neck off. But we rather have anything or anybody other than Garfield. You know what I'm saying? So all of a sudden, the rusty mousetrap, you know what I'm saying? The people who handle the rusty mousetrap, they get slick. They say, hey, mice like cheese. Mice like that Gouda cheese. You know what I'm saying? Set it on top of that rusty mousetrap. And what do the people do? What do the mice do? Immediately run for that cheese and pock out, neck snapped. You know what I'm saying? We have to understand what we're dealing with right here. We can't fall for the cheese. Kamala Harris is the cheese, but she's in bed with the rusty ass mousetrap. They're in cahoots. In fact, she was a mousetrap herself. But y'all want to support her because of the fact that she made it look cool. She made it look cute. She went to Howard. She went to HBCU.
Right.
What you talking about? Are you tripping on Kamala for? So what? She railroaded niggas all throughout her career. So what? She know for a fact that folks on death row and there's evidence in her office look the other way. So what? That they saw she saw cases, she oversaw cases where she saw that these people were innocent. And she said, F them. She was talking about locking up parents if their kids was missing school for truancy. And I saw a video with her actually laughing about it in front of these crackers.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And now a black woman or a black man in America will want to get with you. If you say that you ain't, well, if you don't vote, you just mean you want Trump. The thing I love about Trump is he is a great example of white supremacy. He's a great example of how white America really deals with us and how they look with us and how they think. He just too dumb to hold it in. Joe Biden, he dumb too, but he know to keep his game face for a while.
I'm saying, right.
You know? Yeah, he know how to keep his game face for a while, but he knew that he had to go get a bed wench. He knew he had to go get a bed wench. Now, some of y'all like, man, you call the sister a bed wench. You call, look, man, what am I supposed to call her? A queen? What am I supposed to call her? Empress? You know what I'm saying? Because she's a woman, a police, a black police that's a woman, she ain't gonna shoot you because she a woman. She ain't gonna lock your ass up because she a woman. Are you serious? Are you serious? They said blue lives matter. She back in the blue. You talking about she black. I live in Atlanta. We live in Atlanta, Georgia. Whereas our comrade Deruba would say, where the slaves run the plantation. We got a black mayor. We had black mayors here for over 40 years. Black police chiefs, all that. That don't mean jack shit. That'll mean nothing, because at the end of the day, they don't see us as equals. We have a black mayor that got on TV with a couple black rappers crying, talking about go home when they burning things. This ain't the Atlanta we know. Po T.I. said this was Wakanda. Excuse me, this is Wakanda.
Right.
That's what T.I. said. You know, listen.
So we gotta be clear. Like, you know what I mean? Somebody said, hey man, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, like right wing, left wing, they're both wings of the same bird.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so I think what's trippy in this moment is that people get it twisted. It's like, you know what I mean? Oh, if I go this way, it's gonna be less pain. That way, it's gonna be more pain. As like what we've been talking about for all these years is that pain is pain. You know what I'm saying? No matter how you freak it, it is. So how do we get free from the pain? It's a conversation that we need to be having.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, listen, man. We're in the age of the empire, but all empires fall, right? We're under the belief, you know, because our people are so afraid. They're so afraid, and rightfully so. Don't get it twisted. Don't let me jump on here talking like I'm Tony tough guy or something like that. I'm just saying my particular position. For those of you who don't know, because of the fact that it's easy for you to think that you have somebody pegged. It's easy for you to look at a cat and you say, well, you know what I'm saying? He think he this, I don't think I'm shit. I just think I'm a black man who has the right to live. I got the right to feed my family, the right to raise my family, the right to exist on this planet with my comrades, with other human beings, and to be treated like a human being. It's a damn shame that here we are, we're on this planet for such a short amount of time, and you have individuals who want to run everything, including you. We have ancestors who never knew freedom. Not that we know freedom, But I'm talking about who were on the plantation from sun up to sundown. You have brothers and sisters who were born and died on the plantation. Many of them in the fields. You have brothers and sisters who died on these ships, on these packed ships. I hear folks talking about they ain't got no air conditioning. Imagine what those slave ships was like. Imagine how hot it is in that summertime ferry boat ride. You know what I'm saying? With all of those bodies in it, in the hulls of those ships. We couldn't even imagine. We couldn't even begin to imagine, because of the fact that we've embraced our colonizers' culture. And we embraced our colonizers' definition of comfort. We've embraced our colonizers' definition of love, definition of pain. You know what I'm saying? They tell us how to suffer. They tell us how to respond to our suffering. Some bold motherfuckers, man. You got a lot of gall. I mean, I can't even cry the way I want to cry. I can't protest the way I want to protest. Man, listen, it always kills me when I get brothers and sisters that want to organize and they call me and they ask me, how do they get a permit? And I'm like, a permit for what? We want to hold a protest over such and such. Your protest is the permit.
Right.
You saying I'm absolutely positively displeased. We done did so many protests throughout my life, man. I ain't never got a permit. I ain't never sought a permit. I don't give a damn where it was at. We protesting. You know what I'm saying? Police station, UN, the UN, wherever.
What you got? What you got?
Yeah, because we're telling you that we're displeased, but they tell you how to suffer. Like Malcolm said, it's like the Novocaine, suffer peacefully. Mm-hmm. You had Nick Cannon, black folks in this age of excitement. They're looking at this thing like, wow, here we are, we rebelling. You had a cat like Nick Cannon. He got in there and he started talking about these rotten ass Jews. He started talking about the criminal settler state. He started talking about, the Zionists. Right. And everybody was pumped up. That was at noon, at lunchtime. Man, everybody was riled up, boy. I was getting so many calls and texts and shout out to Nick Cannon. That's right, brother. Such. Threw Griff under the bus. He just threw Griff. I mean, he picked Griff up and rolled him under there.
Yeah, they backed up over Griff.
Backed up. That was a noontime. Everybody was celebrating. By dinner time, he flipped. Oh man, I ain't mean to say that. He's sitting down with a rabbi. You know what I'm saying? He bring the rabbi in his show. Yeah. Like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? Call Griff Richard Griffin. I don't even know how Richard Griffin got to my studio. I mean, just snap. Same thing with the NBA and the tennis players. They was hot. They like, oh shit, they ain't playing. They said they gonna be on strike, all the playoffs, all that shit. Man, listen.
That ain't even last 4 hours.
Man, shit. They Nick Cannon. They got Nick Cannon. White folks call LeBron them in there. They talking about they had Barack talk to him. First they said Michael Jordan crying ass came through there. He crying. You know what I'm saying? Then he said he consulted Barack, another fucking war criminal. You know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, we just gonna play the games out. What you mean? The little black girl with the tennis joint, Osaka, whatever her name is.
Oh, yeah. I see that.
Same thing. She's like, I'm not gonna play either. Shit. White folks like, look, what y'all know how many niggas we got that can dribble balls and throw goddamn bats and shit? You don't get your black ass back on this court. You want to be working with Nick Cannon? All of them back dribbling. And what do we get? Symbolism, some Black Lives Matter shirts. And here it is, don't get it twisted. Any show of resistance is a show of resistance, right? But we're not going to be satisfied because you got a Black Lives Matter shirt on. I'm not going to be satisfied because my white ass neighbor has a Black Lives Matter sign. You know what I'm saying? That shit is that's trinkets. That's not victory. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be sidetracked by the slave.
Right.
You're not going to have the sidetracking of the slave, rather. You know, so this is what we're dealing with. This is the world we live in. But what Frantz Fanon was saying is that you're going to have to get busy.
Right. Right.
Now, for the listener, I know some of y'all are some pure haters. Let me just say that. Some of y'all are just some straight haters. And I'm not talking to the folks who I don't know and innocent and, you know what I'm saying? And we just, no. Some of our people are straight haters. They be on straight bullshit. Not hating me. You hating the fact that we have to do something. This ain't got nothing to do with me. This is before me. And it's going to be after me. You know what I'm saying? This particular demand for you to be involved in your people's liberation struggle is not a request. It's not a suggestion. It's what's going to constitute whether you and your future will exist. This is what's going to be the deciding factor on how much your children and your children's children will have to suffer. This is what this is. I don't care about you like me. Give a fuck about that. What that mean? Hell, I don't like me sometimes. That's irrelevant. What does your future look like? What does the future of our race look like? Imagine if the Honorable Marcus Mosaic Garvey, Edward Blyden, you know what I'm saying? Imagine if these brothers weren't doing what they're doing. Imagine if Harriet said, you know, I ain't gonna run because, you know, my husband don't want to go.
Right.
Or my father don't want to go, or my mama don't want to go. When you are charged with this task, it's like you work for the U.S. Post Office before Trump. You have to deliver. You got to deliver. They don't give a fuck. You talking about, it was raining, so I went home. It's cold outside. No, your ass got to deliver. When you talking about freedom fighting, you got to deliver or suffer the consequences. No, this ain't an opinion-based thing. This ain't about opinion. What peaceful revolution have you seen? Good. Chant down Babylon? Good.
So what's trippy about it, what's actually is you know, tragic for me is that since the jump from when the protests first started jumping off, we were like, yo, watch these white boys, these white supremacists is gonna be coming out here with the AR-15s, and they're gonna be busting off. They shooting at y'all. You know what I'm saying? Because you're an open target. They want to spark. They want to spark the jump off. Like you said, you remember the Mobb Deep song, where you said there's a war going on outside. No man.
Nobody's safe, right? You can run, but you can't hide forever.
Right.
Yeah.
They like, yo, we ready for it. And so they came through.
Yeah.
5 months later, well, even before that,
right.
Like, what's visible situation is the little 17-year-old boy who came through with the AR, blew somebody's head off.
Yeah, shot 2 people, shot 3 people, killed 2 and shot somebody else in the arm.
And shot somebody and blew somebody's arm off. And so, you know, people thought it was a game. I was like, yo, y'all out here yelling and screaming at these white folks about these statues and shit.
Yeah.
But these boys is ready for what they say they call it boogaloo. And that's
right.
I said, yo, the little boy, the lady was like, oh, well, they don't all hate black people. I said, well, I don't got time to try to figure out who's who.
Right. That's like a motherfucker talking about they dog don't bite. Fuck that mean to me.
I ain't got time to figure out who's who, Jack.
How you know your dog don't bite? Motherfucker, you got teeth? He told you, y'all made a deal. Yo, I ain't gonna bite nobody. So you know what I'm saying? Anybody, just tell them when they see me and shit, because I'm a friendly dog. Just be like, yo, he don't bite nobody.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Then one day he decided to bite the shit out of him. Be like, yo, I thought you said he's cool. You know I'm a dog, man. That's what we do.
Right. This is my MO.
Yes,
right?
Sir. But these white boys you talking about, right? And see, the thing is, people keep talking about these militias like they ain't always been here.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like this is not a new phenomenon. Like
they're called police.
Years and years and decades of people training.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And a lot of them on police department and COs. You know what I'm saying? And that's why they have these prisons so far away from the cities. They have them in these little country ass areas. So these Aryans and everything can utilize our people as whatever they want to do. They can whoop them up. They can target practice. They can set it off on them, bust them up, the whole nine. You know what I mean? And every now and then there's a prison revolt, just like on the plantation. You know, just like on the plantation. But see, the thing is, one of the things that Kwame Ture used to talk about, he said, we're not outnumbered, we're out organized.
That's it.
We're not outnumbered at all. If you think about it, the UK can fit inside the size of Texas, about 5 times. The UK is small, but you know what I'm saying? You got the UK, you got the US, you got Israel, all these small motherfuckers, bullies, terrorizing the rest of the world. Because nobody didn't put their foot in their ass. You understand what I'm saying? The only reason. And then you got Negroes that want to be cops. Down here, black cops terrorizing black people. You almost, shit, truth be told, if you're in the city of Atlanta, sometimes you might prefer a white cop pull your ass over. You might be like, go ahead on, man. Black cop, man, shit. You want to check your cavities, do everything. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's off the chain. But that's because of the fact that, you know, the conditioning of colonization is such a powerful tool and such a powerful force that they will make you think, or make those who are not grounded think that they can actually be a part of this system. They can actually participate.
Right.
You know, folks bragging, they like, oh man, Jay-Z a billionaire now. Great, excellent. Don't know what it mean to me, right, or us, right, but he's a billionaire. But also, Jeff Bezos just became the first motherfucker to be a 200 billionaire. He has $200 billion. $200 billion. Right. Everybody on the planet can be fed. That's one man.
Right.
Not his company's worth. How is that legal?
Right.
How is that not a criminal attack? There has to be a ceiling on how high you can go. Right. As long as people are starving.
Right. That's what I'm saying. But that's the thing. That's the way capitalism tricks you.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, the way capitalism exists, it overlays within you this idea of meritocracy, that you can somehow earn your way to the top.
Yeah.
And, you know, the reality is that these people are so far disconnected from where poor people are.
Yes.
And the only reason why they even had that much is because of the exploitation that they do.
Yes.
And so we're tricked into thinking that we can earn our way up the ladder, but the reality is the only way you get up the ladder is by exploiting other people that are on your level or below.
The only way. It's a pimp whole system. And in fact, we can't even be pimps. Because the most powerful black motherfucker you find in America still got to answer to these crackers. You understand what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck what your name is. Oprah, Hova. You got to answer to them. You know what I mean? You ain't about to build shit. You ain't about to open no Oprah City. You ain't about to have no distribution. You ain't about to have no serious manufacturing. None of that. But you can look the part, and we'll give you certain trinkets. We'll invite you to the White House, but you're going to do what we say. Your job, once you cross a certain ceiling, you belong to us.
Mm-hmm.
You belong to us. And if you try to get out of line, we'll strip your ass down. We'll lock your ass up. We'll make you look crazy. You know what I'm saying? In fact, you'll already be crazy because that quest towards that particular lifestyle and that particular dynamic makes you insane out the gate.
Out the gate.
What kind of man are you that you want to have more than your brother or sister? What kind of man are you that you want to own other people?
Right.
Who are you? What kind of oppressive motherfucker are you that you think you can own another human being and sell them? And I'm not talking about back during the slave trade. I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about right now. You know, so when I see these folks in the street burning shit up, I get so many people like, man, you know, what can we, I've been doing a lot of panels and discussions lately, man. And one of the questions that comes up every time is some wild shit. And I know they have to be white or they have to be, you know what I'm saying, a non-person of color, quote unquote. Because the question is always, you know, how can we do this peacefully? How can we have a non-violent this and a non-violent that? Shit, King tried that. Y'all bust him in his melon. He was as peaceful as it come.
Right.
Shot this man down.
Right. Shot him down.
Gunned him down. We tried it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you kill King, you kill any goddamn body.
Right.
I don't stand a chance. You know what I'm saying? So the reality is, you know, we're going to, we have to move beyond the sloganeering. We got to move beyond the fashionable militancy and the empty rhetoric. Like you said a little while ago, yeah, you have these militias out here, they serious. I'm in the state of Georgia. You know what I'm saying? You in Richmond. This the heart of the Confederacy. You know what I'm saying? This see, the thing is, they remind you here in Atlanta. You get pulled over by some of these cops in certain areas. They tell you, you ain't in Atlanta no more, boy. You in Georgia. You're not in Atlanta, you in Georgia. And they mean that. And they mean that. They bout that shit.
Right.
But we have to call some of these folks to task. You know, you have these clowns who've been running around for years. Everybody want to be super militant, super hardcore, whatever, so on and so forth. Where y'all at defending the streets at? And when I say y'all, I'm not the dude that's on some little, you know, why somebody ain't doing that. This what you say you do.
Right.
I'm just saying, do what you say you do.
Right.
It ain't got nothing to do with me. This ain't personal because I don't like you because you got an ashy ass, dusty black uniform on and you run around screaming black power and you powerless and shit like that. Or you a nigga talking about you sovereign and you homeless. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that.
Right. What is we doing?
Yeah, at the bottom line, you got these cats, Stone Mountain, Georgia. What's the not fucking around crew? Whatever the hell it's called, coalition, whatever the hell. This clown used to be a DJ recently. He was yelling, he was at a Black Lives Matter rally with some white folks, took his Black Lives Matter joint off, started talking about all lives matter. Police, white folks clapping the whole now. Now he Malcolm X. Now he the baddest motherfucker on the block. Few months later, few years later, marching up to Stone Mountain, marching out in Kentucky, in Louisville, talking about Breonna Taylor. All that sound good. They shooting themselves, literally.
I seen that. I was like, yeah, this is crazy.
What kind of Keystone Cop shit is this?
This gotta be some sort of comedic movie, man. Like, what's going on? This gotta be some sort of, like, yeah, I mean, like, this can't be real. Like, what's going on? Like,
yeah, but what's gonna happen is we're gonna have to get to a point where there's gonna be accountability because of the fact that, see, the thing is, you're playing with our lives. And I let the record reflect. I don't know that brother. I ain't hating on that brother. I'm just saying, stop playing. Stop playing, because these crackers, they not playing.
But see, that's the thing. I think that, you know, my challenge, or what's challenging the most for me, is that every cycle of Black murder by police sparks a new set of people jumping off the porch to be active in community.
Right.
But there's no coordination. So limited coordination from those folks. You know, it's like Kwame Ture taught us the difference between mobilization and organization.
That's right. That's right.
We unconsciously will mobilize.
all
like
day.
moment out of rage, anger, you know what I'm saying, sadness, we will
Yes.
mobilize and we will,
March on Washington.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
instinctually go run up on, the police department and burn fire to whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's this.
But that's new though.
Thing.
Yeah, remember that's the new part. The burning of the police stations and all that. Remember that ain't that's this year.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, don't get senile. Don't try to act like it's been
Right.
like that.
Yeah, that's the new stuff. But I'm talking about like the act of marching and I'm saying and like getting up, everybody just get together and just yell and be angry about the shit.
Right.
And do a march. You know what I'm saying? That's our instinct. But as far as organizing for protracted struggle,
yes,
longitudinal, you know what I'm saying, direct action that's not our instinct. You know what I'm saying? That's the challenge for us in these moments. And what I experienced was that, I'm be honest, Kalani, you think people think you're an asshole? I'm an asshole. Like I don't.
You bullshit.
I'm sometimes I'm like, I'm like, sometimes I'm very sarcastic.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And also I'm like, y'all should study. If you're gonna jump out here with all this shit, if you ain't studied, then what the fuck is you doing, right? So that's my kind of angle. But my thing is this: when all this shit pops off and the list of demands looks like defunding the police,
right?
Or, you know what I mean? You want to get somebody fired,
right?
Or some shit. I'm like, yo, man, we at war with white supremacy. Like,
right?
How in the hell does defunding the police equate to Black liberation? That doesn't.
Right.
Not to me. I mean, come on, you could take all the money from the police department and they'll just privatize the bitch.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that if George Zimmerman wasn't a police officer, the guys that killed Ahmaud Arbery,
Yusuf Hawkins,
police officers, they were private citizens that ran up on that and, you know what I mean, had the thing on them. So we gotta like, okay, well, what are we really fighting for? And I see these people jumping up. In my city was a lot of white folks.
Yeah,
and
it's like that all over the place.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't expect white folks to know. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna say this though on the whole the white folk thing. Sorry for cutting you, man. But I don't. Some of these white folks are sincere forces. Yeah, folks like Marilyn Buck, who could have skated on her charges if she'd returned Dr. Matuda Shakur and some of these other brothers and sisters in, you know what I'm saying, Sekou, folks like that. Mm-hmm. But she decided that she wasn't going to rap, and she took that 75-year hit. Mm-hmm. Now I don't know too many Black folks that they got a choice to skate.
Not many.
And they're gonna choose to take 75 and be like, well, I'm gonna go ahead and ride for Manifest. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these cats that tell the police where you live, what kind of car you driving, who you was with, where you was last seen, what kind of lunch you like to eat, the whole nine. You know what I'm saying? So we clear about that. So when it comes to like a lot of these white folks in the street, our position have always been, you know what I'm saying? You come around, but you don't run shit. Now, when I say you can come around in certain spaces. If you out there organizing in the street, look, yeah, you damn right. We need some allies. We need whoever want to be cannon fodder against this state. You know what I'm saying? But we got to be clear. It's like, because what happens is Black folks get so comfortable that they look to white folks for leadership. This is the first time in our people's movement that white folks have taken the forefront. Usually whenever we were out there organizing in the street, we were in control and the white folks did what the hell we told them to do. Now, if there's any white folks, every now and then somebody try to break some shit or walk, some of that type of stuff, if we were in certain places, they weren't breaking shit. Like, look, this family's right here. We don't need this family on the news, this lady, mother, whatever. You know what I mean? Talking about she ripped something in half. Do that shit when we ain't here. Now, white folks just running amok and Black folks running behind them. Now it's confusing because you see anarchists rolling up on clashing with some of these anarchists clashing with some of these militias.
Right.
So if you don't know no better, you don't know which white boy is which.
Right, right.
You know what I'm saying? And you'll be distracted because of the fact that traditionally, those of us who don't really rock with them like that, you look at it like, well, you know, I don't trust them white folks. They probably police. Shit. Look at William O'Neill.
Yeah, he was police hard as hell.
He was
Right.
black as they come. Worked right with the police. Set Chairman Fred up. Had him took out for $300. $300 check. Got Chairman Fred assassinated. You know what I mean? So we got to be clear. It's like we can't just get caught up on looking at the differences in the troops. Indeed, make sure that you have your cadre and you have your folks. But any action against whatever you got a problem with, you welcome it. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to go to dinner. You ain't got to hang out. You ain't got to be buddies. You ain't even got to know each other's name.
Right.
But if the police is mashing me out and they trying to take me out and the white boy come knock him out, I ain't gonna be like, get out of there, cracker. You not. I was about to fight him.
Right.
Huh?
Knock him out.
Yeah. So we get caught up in narrow nationalism. You know what I'm saying? But the problem is we are again, we screaming black power, but we're powerless. We're powerless. And we look for everybody else to speak for us and everybody else to blame.
Right.
So when an athlete or an entertainer get up saying some crazy shit, we mad at them.
Right.
You have the opportunity to stand up and say some shit yourself. Some of y'all won't even post on Facebook. So let alone speak for somebody.
Right.
You won't even hate it in your heart. You know, but I give thanks for all of the brothers and sisters who are clear about where we are today. And even those who are not clear, I want to clarify that, you know, anyone that's making an effort, I salute you for making an effort. However, just because of the fact that you want to fly a plane don't mean that you could just hop in a plane, turn it on, and take off. You have to learn. You have to study. You know what I'm saying? You got to get with some pilots to know what they're doing. You got to set the course. You got to figure things out. You just can't hop in there like, I just want to fly. That's how this movement is. In fact, this movement is more important than flying. So if you can't do that with an aircraft, you damn sure can't do it with our people's lives. You can't just go out there on the job training. Some folks just want to be on Facebook. Some people just want to be on YouTube. This brother sent me this video of an interview he did at a radio station. And to this day, I'm trying to figure out, he was talking about, man, you're going to love this, brother. This is deep, such and such, blah, blah, blah. Man, I seen the video. I was confused. I'm still to this day. I don't know what he said. He's talking about 20 minutes. I don't know what he said because of the fact that he has no analysis. He don't know who our enemy is. He's clueless. So he's saying all of these sound bites and terms that he's heard, he's just mumbling them all, jumbling them all together, and it's not filling. It's like Chinese food. You know what I'm saying? It's like a microwave. You put some food in a microwave and you fuck around, go to the bathroom, you come back, it's cold.
Right.
Because of the fact that it hasn't taken the time, it hasn't done what it had to do. When you get a cooked meal and you put that shit in the stove and you walk your ass to the bathroom, come back, you might be blowing for 5-10 minutes. Cool that shit off. The microwave food, that shit already cooled off. That's what this particular so-called movement is today. It's microwave militancy. You ain't got no time in the kitchen. You ain't had enough heat on you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not knocking those who just coming along today. You might see this thing today, be like, look, I want to be an activist. I might want to start an organization, whatever. That's cool. Study, research. Matter of fact, times are so serious right now, I wouldn't even suggest starting an organization. Find something that fits you. You don't have to join our organization because of the fact that I'm not on a recruitment tour.
Right.
I'm just saying that if you want to be involved in our People's Liberation Movement, then you have to get with some qualified folks. Don't let your ego control your ass. Because the ego will get your ass messed up. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody want to look like the leader, the part. I had a brother say to me yesterday from the UK. He said, man, brother, I see you know what I'm saying? You've been very busy, so on and so forth. I said, yeah. He said, it's like this all the time. I said, well, maybe it's the climate or whatever, because of the fact that so many things are going on and folks are finally seeing, some of the things we've been doing. He said, oh man, he said, but that's confusing. You do more work than this one and that one and that one and this one. And how come folks don't be here? You won't hear your name. And I told him, it's like, the more popular you are, usually the less shit you did.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's a backwards dynamic, but it's not. I don't care if you scream my name from the mountaintop, like Black Thought said. You can skyrap my name, or I could be anonymous. At the end of the day, are we going to win or we not winning? Because even if everybody in the whole goddamn planet knew my name, and everybody revered me and all that type shit, and we still losing, what difference does it make? I want to be the principal of the school that's failing. Or I want to be like Umar, be the principal of a non-existent school. That's who we are. Black people in quote unquote militancy, we are Umar Johnson. We talk good, we sound good, but no production. That is like Trump is an example of white America. Umar is an example of Black America. All style, no substance. You understand what I'm saying? So it has to be time out for that. Am I knocking him? No, I'm not knocking him. I'm telling you where the fuck we are.
Right.
I'm telling you that right now, if there's a quote unquote civil war, we're not gonna win. Why are we not gonna win? Because we're not organized.
Yeah.
Because we too busy trying to figure out who somebody's sleeping with, what somebody do, what kind of contacts somebody got on, who did their nails. I don't like this motherfucker eyelashes. You know what I'm saying? This one don't wear these kind of shoes. He got Nikes on. He cursed too much. Look, man, you're in the battlefield. You ain't got time to be, you know what I'm saying? Cats on the battlefield ain't looking to see what kind of uniform you wearing unless you're an enemy. They ain't like, man, you need to crease your jeans today. You getting shot at.
What? That's crazy.
We being murdered. We being railroaded, slaughtered, and have been, and still are. And our priorities are everywhere but where they need to be.
Right. Real talk.
How we gonna win the revolution?
Right.
How we gonna win?
Right. That's the shot. That's it. That's it. In a nutshell, it's like, yo, what are we doing? It's like, yo, where's your mind? And I feel like, part of that internalized oppression,
Mm-hmm.
that whole facet of our experience is what keeps us spiraling, this toilet bowl of, superficiality, right? Like, and it's like, I ain't got shit, so let me try to figure out how I'm better than this other motherfucker that ain't got shit.
Right. Yeah,
like in the greater context of it, like, what do you?
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's who got the flyest chains and the whips. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I'm oppressed, but I look good. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't got these. You ain't got these kind of shackles.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? My shackles is fly. They platinum.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm with another slave. There's no, we don't understand where we are right now. And unfortunately, like most people, we don't realize where we headed till we get there. We've been marched right up to the slaughter. We've been shipped right to the slaughterhouse. And we didn't even listen to our intuition. We didn't even listen to our intuition. Mm-hmm. We too busy, like you said, we trying to prove that we better than the next motherfucker loser.
Right.
You know.
Right. So what's your I want to give you a quick few minutes to just kind of like talk about strategy. Like
Mhm.
we said, we were gonna talk about how to organize the people army.
Indeed,
Uh,
indeed, yeah.
so in that context, like, what would you give like as a 15-minute kind of like overview of how we strategize, you know what I mean, to protect our community, A,
Yes.
right? Because that's only one facet. Like protection is only one thing.
Mhm.
But B, how do we build? You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
it's not enough to just protect. It's like we got to create, you know what I mean? That the infrastructure and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So
Indeed.
what are your thoughts on some moving forward
Yeah.
solution action?
Okay. We start off saying Kwame Ture, organize, organize, organize. We have to organize. Like you said earlier, it's cool to mobilize. It's cool to get 1 million people here, 1 million people there. You know what I'm saying? It's cool to have these rallies. It's cool to have a big festival. It's cool to enjoy things. It's cool to be cool. Organizing is the new cool. Excuse me.
Mhm.
But where do we go from there? Okay. The first thing is we need political education. Gotta have political education because you gotta understand what this fight is about. Some of us don't even know it's a fight.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you have to have political education. That's imperative. Without political education, you have absolutely nothing else. I don't care how tough you are. I don't care how many guns you got. I don't care how many rappers you know. I don't care about how many knives you got, what project you grew up in, how many blocks you stood on, who you knew that shot who. None of that shit matters. At the end of the day, you have to have political education. And political education, I'm not talking about electoral politics. I'm talking about the politics of our liberation. I'm talking about understanding who our enemy is, where we need to go, and again, what this thing is about. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we have to have physical training. We got to work out. We got to train. You ain't gonna be able to talk your way out this shit. You ain't gonna be able to joke your way out this shit.
Gotta
You ain't
run.
gonna be able to.
Get your
Huh?
endurance up.
Say it again.
I said we got to get our endurance up.
You got to get your endurance up. Indeed. You know what I'm saying? Because of the fact that we talking big shit. Some of these little young ass cracker women, they training. Some of these little white boys, they training. You know what I'm saying? And they'll give you the business. Or you sitting there, because for some reason, black folks think white folks are scared of them.
No, it's not the case.
I have no idea why they would think that, especially, you know what I'm saying? White folks know they ran us and they know they run us. You know what I mean? It don't matter how many pyramids you built. It don't matter, you know what I'm saying? Because really, we ain't built shit. Our ancestors did. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter how tough we look. Your Facebook page, your Instagram post, you marching with guns, none of that shit help. At the end of the day, you have to have your shit together. You got to have endurance. You got to have strength. You got to work out, learn a martial art. Malcolm said every black man should learn a martial art. Every black person. It was Malcolm. You know what I'm saying? So we got political education. We got that particular aspect with the physical training. Of course, you want to, you know, train with some folks who can help you to become sufficient in weapons training, firearms, knives, so on and so forth. We're in the South. You know what I'm saying? These white boys love their guns. It makes it easier for everybody. You know what I'm saying? The gun laws are lax here. You're talking about, we have a law in the state of Georgia. We have what's called the Castle Doctrine. And the Castle Doctrine means that you can have a firearm in your car, in your home, or your place of business without a permit. You don't need a permit to go buy a gun. Now, some cats might be felons and so on and so forth. Get you a knife. Get you a machete. You know what I'm saying? Get a tool belt. Take your ass to Home Depot, get a hammer, get a nail gun, get a motherfucking screwdriver. Them joints could be tools.
Okay, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? You know, I wouldn't want to get shot by a nail gun. Hit with a machete. You know what I'm saying? So understand, You know what I mean? You have no excuse. If you can't do nothing but jog. If you can't jog, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. Bunchy Carter said you have to do something. He said if you can't do nothing but spit, then motherfucker spit. You know what I'm saying? Part of my language is anybody has their children listening to whatever, you know, but of course America's a curse, so I'm sure that you ain't really tripping on me. So from there, again, you want to join an organization because of the fact that anytime we're taken out is usually because we don't have any backing. Most of the people that are targeted, that are murdered outside of the quote unquote prominent organizers and so on and so forth, are usually individuals who are by themselves. Ahmaud Arbery, he was jogging through the streets of Brunswick, Georgia, and these crackers approached him because he was by himself. If Ahmaud Arbery had 2 other brothers with him, we never know Ahmaud Arbery's name. Because these white boys are cowards. They're like hyenas. No one hyena is going to go fight a lion by himself. But they'll catch a lion that they think is weak. 5, 6, 7 of them will jump that lion. And that's how it is with black folks. So you have to be a part of an organization. You got to have some structure. You got to have some discipline. You have to be able to listen to somebody other than your own self. So political education, physical training, join the organization. Now the organization has to be productive. You don't want to just join any organization. Yeah, see, what are their goals? What are they looking to do? Are they looking to just look good on social media? You know what I'm saying? Are they looking to just do events and concerts? Or are they looking to make change? What are they doing? What are their day-to-days? Is it proactive? Also, if you're talking about joining the organization should have some address. The people will back you once the people know where you are. I can't be an internet organizer. Motherfucker can't find you because of the fact that, you know, you just trying to get likes. You on social media. How the community gonna defend you if they don't even know you? They just know you from social media. You know what I mean? Our organization, we have the Siafu movement, and the Siafu movement is a conglomerate, so to speak, of about 9 different organizations, which include and not limited to the FTP movement, the African Martial Arts Institute, the Urban Survival Preparedness Institute, Mama's Army, Community Movement Builders, Siafu Youth Corps, National Coalition to Combat Police Terrorism, Freedom Home Academy, and several others, right? We have gardens, like my brother Manifest up there in Richmond. We have gardens here in Atlanta. We have properties, you know what I mean? We have a community house. We do anti-gentrification work. We do everything from anti-gentrification work to work on behalf of political prisoners. You know what I'm saying? We're training people in urban survival preparedness. We're on the anniversary of Katrina right now. You know what I mean? And one of the things that prompted us to get involved, my brother who co-chairs the Urban Survival Preparedness Institute with myself is Balogun Ojatade, who was the founder of the African Martial Arts Institute. But one of the things that prompted us to get deeper into the whole urban survival preparedness piece and form that particular network was Katrina and what went on in Haiti, but also police terrorism and things of that nature, because of the fact that we know that urban survival preparedness is not just when a hurricane comes. It's how do you get from point A to point B. It's how do you deal with encounters with the police? Because the police are the #1 terrorists in America. The police have killed more people in America than any one street organization. We always talk about black on black crime. White folks have killed more people during World War I and II, more white and others, than any other period in the history of the world. Just Japan alone, they dropped an atomic bomb and murdered over 200,000 people in 3 days. They dropped one in Hiroshima, and 3 days later, they dropped one in Nagasaki, killing over 210,000 people. This is what this ruthless ass nation that you want to be a representative of has done to people across the world. 210,000 people. That's a lot of people. Men, women, children, babies, cats, dogs, whatever.
That's when people say, hey, you can reform this, I'd be like, bro,
Yeah.
like, no, that is no forming that. And then like when we say defunding the police, that's like, man, so are you gonna defund the military?
Right.
Because the military is an extension of the police. You know,
Absolutely.
it's the same. It's they operate as one and the same. And if they could drop a megaton nuclear bomb
That's right.
on another country and justify it.
Right. No, I mean, what shit, they could drop a bomb on the MOVE organization in Philadelphia on May 13, 1985. So they could drop a bomb on a community organization, on a house with women and children up in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? If they can do that, then they can do anything. They can do anything. They have no regards for humanity, for life as a whole.
No.
The thing about Black people, most of us, we have some sense of love for life. It's rare that you just see Black folks that just don't want to do nothing but kill and don't love nothing. Che Guevara said revolution is an act of love. Mm-hmm. And that's what it's all about. When we talk about all of this stuff from Frantz Fanon to what's going on right now in the world, all of this is about love. I don't want y'all to get it twisted, because sometimes some of you get scared and get scary acting and think that, you know, oh man, they talking all this tough stuff, man. The police gonna kill such and such, and they gonna do such and such, the military will do such and such. Listen, we're here for a limited time. None of this shit lasts forever. And guess what? I'm sorry to burst your bubble again, but we all gotta leave sometime. There's gonna be a time we gotta go. So the thing is, as one of the OGs said, I'd rather die like a man than live on my knees. I'd rather die like a man than live on my knees. George Jackson said, I will not be counted amongst the broken men. I will not be counted amongst the broken men. We have the opportunity, we're in a unique opportunity right now, brothers and sisters. And it's opportunity for us to unify on a serious level. Now, I don't know, we in Facebook groups together and you like my shit. Not on I follow you. That's not a victory at all. I don't care about them taking down the Confederate flag. I'm more concerned with the American flag. The US flag is the most dangerous flag in the world. Most dangerous flag in the world. It's called causes bloodshed all over the planet. 5% of the world population get control over 25% of the world's resources. 5% of the world's population controlling over 25% of all resources on the planet. Before World War II, up until World War II, they controlled 50% of the resources on the planet. It's a little ass country. 5%. And you talking about Trump. This country was shit before Trump ever came in office. This country produced Trumps. This is the manufacturers of Trumps. It manufactures two things. Its greatest manufacturing tools or equipment is to manufacture the nigger and to manufacture white supremacy. It's its two biggest commodities. The nigger, they have a nigger machine. And the nigger machine creates all the bullshit that we checking out right now. All the distractions. You know what I mean? Have us sit back arguing about insignificant shit. We really on social media just arguing about civil wars on social media. Motherfuckers can't even decide whether R. Kelly was a goddamn pedophile. They trying to defend Bill Cosby slipping pills in women's drinks and shit. Well, she was white. Did you see how ugly she was? The fuck that gotta do with anything? Rape is rape. Right. I don't want nobody slipping nothing in my drink and slipping nothing in me either. So anyway, so boom, political education. Get that political education, get that training, join an organization. Our organization, you can find out more about what it is we do at thepeoplesarmy.org, thepeoplesarmy.org. We have a podcast that I co-host called Renegade Culture. You can find that at renegadeculture.org or wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts. We have a film, Organizing is the New Cool. Organizing is the New Cool is a documentary that highlights 14, 15 years of our work in the community. It also features a number of different founders of a number of different organizations, including RAM and the Panther Party, the BLA. We have a few folks who are cultural workers from the Last Poets, the Stick from Dead Prez, Amiri Barak, a little bit of everybody. These are, this is footage of ours that we've collected, interviews, former political prisoners, our work, the track record, organizingthenewcool.com, you can find that. Yeah, but we appreciate you. I appreciate Brother Manifest. We back you, my brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking forward to bringing Happily Natural ATL back. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully when COVID gets on the right side of things, we can open Atlanta back up and we have these things going.
We're ready.
So, yeah, so I know it's 2:00 already. I hope that you know, that I gave you all something that we can walk with. Is there anything that I said that was inconsistent with my actions, then, you know, I ask for your forgiveness. You know, for those of you who have been a part of our movement and a part of our organization and who have supported us throughout the years, we really appreciate you. I really appreciate you from my soul. You know what I mean? For those of you that just wanted to check it out and you say, look, I heard Happily Natural's doing this thing today, so let me see what this brother right here is talking about. I appreciate you as well. To those who just don't really fuck with me like that and just wanted to see what the hell that I was talking about, if I was saying anything that made some sense, peace to you too for checking it out. Hopefully I won you over to something. You know what I'm saying? But regardless of any of that, we have to struggle together. You know what I'm saying? We are all we got. We're all we got. You have a choice. You can have me on your team or not. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
You can get with that. It's not.
Yeah, you get with this, you get with that. We gonna do. I mean, you know, shit. Don't hate me, motherfucker. I mean, shit. I ain't oppressing. I'm trying to win with you.
Right.
I'm trying to break the I'm trying to help you get your shackles off while I'm trying to get mine out. Figure we can do this together. But if you don't want to, then shit, you know, be oppressed by yourself. But in any event, thank you, Brother Manifest, for all that you do. This is what is this, 18 here?
18 years, brother.
This brother right here has been doing Happily Natural for 18 years. And he's done it in multiple states with some great people. I met some great people through this festival, brother. Really appreciate you, my man.
Thank you, brother.
And he about to be 40 with his old ass.
Look, I'm about to be 40 out this bitch.
About to be 40.
Man. Well, I'm thankful for you people like you on my cipher, man.
Yes, sir.
Who's been dedicated to this work, man. I appreciate you, man, from the core. You know, I'm you know, I can't thank you enough for just the opportunity to, you know, plug in,
yes,
you know, to the Black August Organizing Committee.
Yes.
You know what I mean, to people like the Ruba,
mm-hmm,
you know what I'm saying? You know, just the whole FTP clan, everybody that's been in that minute.
Ebony, Taj, you know, Bakeem, Balagoon, right. You know what I'm saying? The whole squad.
Sarod.
Yeah, know, Minister Server. Shout out to Server.
Yeah, Methuselah.
You know
many people, man, that have
Star, everybody. Yeah.
But I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next one, man. I appreciate the energy, you know what I mean, and I'll be in touch, man. This has been amazing.
Salute, brother. Hopefully, I didn't ramble too much, man. You know, I was on my zone.
No, it was good. It was good. We needed to put some of them switches to the backside real quick.
No doubt, no doubt. Let's win, man. Let's win. Love y'all, man. We gonna win, man. We got this. We gone. Peace, brother.
Peace.
Salute.
Yo, so you now tuned in to the 18th annual Happily Natural Day. Oh man, what we doing? Where we at? What's going on? We just heard from Kalonji Jamashanga, co-founder of the FCP movement based out of Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, we're getting ready to go into our next presenter. We're gonna tune into my brother Michael Carter of Africulture. Michael, are you still on? Are you on the? Are you on the line? Are you here with me, man?
Yeah, but give me a minute. Let me get on the my laptop. I was
Okay, take
listening
your time.
intently. All right.
I'll show y'all some video real quick. We're gonna go to give us a we'll go to a quick commercial break. You tuned into the 18th annual Happily Natural Day. All right. So all right, we are now tuned in. You are now tuned in to the 18th annual Happily Natural. Wow. So we moving. Give thanks for Brother Kalanji John Machanka from the FTP movement. I hope you took some notes. You know, meaning the reality is that we need more, we need tangible direct action that's married to public policy. You know, the reality is we got a lot of public policy, but we don't be having a lot of direct action in our community. And that's something that we need to fix. So today, next, up to bat, so to speak, is a really good brother that I've met over the last couple of years. Brother named Michael Carter of Carter Farms and also Africulture. He's going to be rocking with us today. But hold on, before I do that, let me make sure, hold on. Let me see. Is my folks from Wild Seed, are y'all on the call? All right, guess not. So let me mute them. I'm gonna bring you up, brother. Look at you.
What's good with you?
Oh man, I'm doing good. So far so good, man. You know, we had to deal with a little bit of turbulence in the beginning, but now the plane is we're you know, we're in the air and we're on point to our destination. So it feels good.
No microwave militancy.
Yeah, look.
I love that, brother. His analysis.
Yeah.
We need a pilot.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm glad to have you on the call today. You know, we're doing you know, this is the 18th annual Happily Natural Day. And you know, having you on here today is really a great marriage of the work around African identity and sustainable agriculture that we've evolved into over, you know, the last 10 years or so, right? So it's kind of interesting, you know what I mean, that we would be doing this in a virtual forum, considering how hands-on the work is when we're talking about ag and farming and growing. But I'm thankful nonetheless to have you here to share with us. And so I'm presuming that you have, you know, like some sort of PowerPoint or something like that you want to share, or what's up?
I got one. I didn't know how you was going. I watched the other presenters and like, okay, well, I did too much.
Well,
Just having a beautiful conversation.
I don't know, Kalonji. I don't know if Kalonji had a PowerPoint or not. Maybe I should have asked him. Right into the mix, but I do want to give you an opportunity to share. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I think you should be able to share if you have one now.
Okay, no problem.
People let you get it.
Yeah, I was enjoying the other presenters. I was like, man, I'm that geek that did too much class. I'm like,
no, man. Hey, look, give it up, give it all you got.
Because all these chime in, I ain't trying to make this a lecture.
I had a PowerPoint. I was like, I thought my sister Amaris was gonna be able to get on the call because she was having some Wi-Fi issues. I was about to whip my junk. I was like, yeah, I'm about to do my old thing. But yeah, you got it, man. I know you got some stuff that you want to put forward to the people.
Well, I mean, I think in light of this, and even before I begin, it's giving honor and recognition to the ancestors and the elders who came before us, on whose shoulders did we stand. That without them and their sacrifice and their everything they've done, we wouldn't be here to have a conversation. And you know, I was listening, you know, and kind of just going over my head how I wanted to share what I wanted to share, and it became a telling thing of, you know, what I always hear at these most conferences with us. But before I begin that, I'll just share briefly what is Africulture. And Africulture is a Virginia-based 501c3 nonprofit that highlights, discovers, honors, and enhances people of African descent and their contributions to agriculture. And I go into my history a little bit beforehand, before returning back to the United States from Ghana in 2017. I was known as Ben Or Ben Israel of the African Hebrew Israelite community in the ministry of their divine agriculture. And, I lived at least 15 of my years of my life under that name and understanding, based in DC, but then in Israel, and then later on in Ghana for 5 years from 2012 to 2017. Repatriated with no plans of ever returning back to America. But yet here I am. And what I hear a lot, or what I've heard a lot, is what we need to do. That always frustrated me in various conferences and, circumstances of conversations with folks of consciousness of sorts. Like yourself, we've been doing this for 20 years easy, if not longer. And just raising consciousness. Before we were woke, we were conscious. Long after this woke thing changes, we'll still be conscious. We study those elders, those ancestors, set their feet. And I always like to give honor and praise to those individuals as well who's paved our way in terms of knowledge and understanding to get us to this point. But the first thing we need to do is know we're at war. And as the brother before me was stating, which is very clear, even the first sister that was speaking, we are at war. And we've been at war since June 18th, 1452. And if that date doesn't ring a bell to you, look it up. That was the official papal patent from Pope Nicholas V, given to Alfonso V of Portugal, who instructed Henry the Navigator to pretty much make non-white people known verses. And it's pretty much saying that at that time, the Saracens and the pagans were to be put into servitude. And it started the initial launch into enslavement of African people on the west coast of Africa, with Henry the Navigator kidnapping several individuals and bringing them back to Portugal. And we've been at a war ever since. And these last, I'm sure this last year has been a lot for a lot of people. But the last 500 years has been a lot for us. We've just made it normal. We've normalized it, made it acceptable, and kind of lived with it without made it look easy. So now the other folks are having experienced effects of their rights and liberties and freedom of movement. Now it's a thing. 2020 is now in trash. 2020 is the same as 2019, 2018, 16, 19 for us Africans in this country. But again, what we need to do is buy and support Black farmers. That should be the first thing that we work to do on a regular basis, is support our Black farmers. They need our help. We boycotted them for the last 100 and some odd years, at least the last 100 years, where we didn't support them. We made it so that they couldn't make their vocation a business. And we vacated them to the point that now we're an endangered species. I'm a 5th generation farmer. 5th generation free farmer of sorts on our own land. Prior to that, my family has been doing agriculture against their will for at least 11 generations, since the earliest 1745 to potentially 1622. So we've been doing agriculture for a long time. And I'm probably the worst farmer of all my ancestors, all my lineage. But I understand the importance of supporting Black farmers. And I've been doing this pretty much all my life because I had no choice. And one of the key things in supporting Black farmers is changing your diet. And not changing in terms of what you eat, but how you eat. And I guess it would be what you eat as well. These products are made from corn, soybeans, cotton seed, sugar of all sorts, rapeseed or canola oil. All of these products are generally grown by larger non-Black farmers. So ideally, when you're eating these non-processed foods, you're definitely supporting a larger agricultural complex that's not in your interest or your favor, that's causing the disease that creates things like colon cancers in our people. You know, and I bring colon cancer up because the death of our brother Chadwick, who, you know, social media, I mean, definitely brings things to your doorfront. You know, we were all, I'm sure, skimming through Facebook sometime or Instagram, and you get a post saying he died. I'm like, of colon cancer, you know, and most of us, I know, I speak for myself, my father had colon cancer, his brothers had colon cancer, his cousins had colon cancer, my uncles, my great uncles, all had colon cancer at some point. Either killed from it or had to get some type of surgery, removing their colon to sustain themselves. But in my family, and what's the big epidemic is what and how we eat. Eating processed food, processed meats, that ultimately give you health issues with your colon in terms of how you digest and eliminate your foods. The next thing we had to do in supporting Black farmers is consume more fresh fruits and vegetables in season, ideally locally. We've gotten spoiled with eating bananas all year round in a country that doesn't grow any bananas that we actually eat. Banana is the most popular, most consumed fruit in the United States. Yet the only place you can grow them is ideally California and Florida. And we import all of the bananas that we eat for the most.
Fuck. I sent it to Morgan. Let's see. Morgan. Send it to Morgan, send it to the mother.
There's someone with us? We good?
You good? Go ahead. Sorry about that.
No problem. So consuming more fresh vegetables in season, I mean, it's critical. You know, and give you a little insight about Black farmers. Black farmers have a limited window of growth in terms of when they grow. We generally grow from April, May till about October. When the first freeze comes, it usually kills everything. And in that process, when you look at supply and demand, as you're growing fruits and vegetables, let's say right now, or next week or two, there's gonna be a plethora of sweet corn coming up, at least in Virginia. And it varies based upon demographic and environmental factors in the various states our farmers are growing in. But it's gonna be a whole lot of sweet corn coming out. And with the supply issues of supply and demand, when there's a large influx of supply, the price generally goes down. So last month, you may have saw a lot of tomatoes come in the market. Black farmers got tomatoes, white farmers got tomatoes, supermarkets got tomatoes, and now tomatoes are coming in, and they're coming in at 50 cents a pound. So we're losing because we're having to compete against others. Like a home, these things require income. And it requires us to be able to support our farmers and institutions so that they can sustain themselves for 5 generations, for 6 generations, for 7 generations, which requires us to provide them with our dollar, would say. We vote with our dollars. That's the biggest voting day that you have, is every day that you go out and spend money. You're telling someone that you want them to stay in business. You want to support them with your dollars, and you're showing that in real time and real action. It's not a casting a vote or a ballot and then hoping that someone who's elected will keep your interest. Every day that you go out and you spend money with whomever you spend money with, you're supporting them and showing them that you want them to stay in business. You're supporting their efforts, but they can sustain and pay their bills tomorrow so that they can stay in business for as long as you continue to support them. But Black farmers don't always get that, because many times when it comes to produce, we look for the lowest price. Walmart, I think, is the largest seller of fresh produce in the country. You know how many Black farmers sell to Walmart? Zippy. Not one. So it's, or at least not that I know of. in Virginia especially. I know farmers who grow for Walmart and the likes, they're not Black. The type of operation we have to be able to grow for those individuals is massive. So when you're supporting, those institutions, when you're going through Amazon to buy vegetables, when you're going through the grocery store to buy vegetables, be very mindful that when you're buying them and you don't know who they're coming from, potentially it's not a Black farmer. So support those farmers in your area. If you don't know, there's plenty of directories online to help you out. If you're in Virginia, please contact me or Duran. We can point you to pretty much Black farmers in every locale in this state to support them. They need your help. They need your support. They need your dollars. The next thing we need to do is grow something. Get our hands back in the soil. Right now, food is being used as a weapon. And if you're familiar with Henry Kissinger and his USDA US Global 2000 memo, he was saying we're going to use food as a weapon. You go back 100 years before then, Frederick Douglass said food was used as a weapon. Booker T. Washington understood that and said, you know what, we're going to weaponize this food for ourselves. Weaponize this weapon for ourselves. And that's what he did. And that's, ultimately what Tuskegee became, and George Washington Carver and Booker T. Whatley and others really showed us how to grow something, sustain ourselves through our food. And even our grandmothers, as I'm going back to the previous slide there about supporting Black farmers, our grandmothers, our aunties, they understood the value of what Black farmers were producing. And they started to can the surplus of vegetables to make sure it would sustain them, but also to support the farmers so that nothing would go to waste. Biggest challenge that Black farmers have is during times of plenty, it's a glut, where you don't get enough money to make it worthwhile to sell or to give away. You may give it away and then it's still waste at a food hub, at a food bank, or in somebody's refrigerator or on somebody's counters. But coming back to how to preserve this food via canning, which is not difficult. You can YouTube it to see how it's done. It's very easy. And it pays off both with food security and as well as supporting Black farmers, especially during this time between now and probably next month, when there'll be an influx of produce coming from farms throughout this region. And when you're growing something, especially the first time growing, second time growing, failure is not an option. You're gonna fail. Accept it. It's gonna not come out maybe the way you wanted it to. It doesn't mean you don't try, you don't continue to do it again and again until you get it right. Farmers fail all the time. You know how many times I planted some seeds and they didn't germinate, they didn't come up. Insects got them, they got hit by a fungus. I forgot to harvest, or harvested too late. These are things that happen, but it shouldn't discourage you from growing something, because those individuals who kidnapped us, they kidnapped us with a specific of understanding who we were and what we brought to the table. And many of us were agriculturists and had a great understanding of agriculture. Even for those who don't necessarily subscribe to us being brought from Africa, those individuals who were here, the indigenous folks here, of African descent and others, they were agriculturalists. They knew how to grow. They knew how to live within harmony of the earth, within their season and their time. We hear often about the three sisters, squash, corn, and beans. And the indigenous individuals here, nations here, growing that as staples. They understood that. They grew something within season. They didn't care about it failing. They put it in the soil knowing that something was gonna come up. It's another level of faith and spirituality that comes from working with the soil. And when you're growing something, do it barefoot, especially if you're outside. That earth can hear you, it can feel you, can understand you, your vibrations, your energy, however you want to describe it, but it picks you up when you're barefoot. Let the earth feel you, let you feel the earth. And it's such a great de-stressor, especially in these times when individuals are not as equipped maybe to deal with stresses. And there seems to be an influx of stresses coming upon us on a regular basis. The next thing we need to do is become a farmer. Becoming a farmer is much easier than you may think. This requires an application, at your nearest local USDA office and applying to become a farmer. It costs you nothing. All you have to do is say, I'm a farmer. That means if you're in an apartment, if you're in a condo, if you're in a single family home, if you're in a trailer, it doesn't matter. You can live in an apartment and grow in a container. You can grow microgreens. You can grow in old salad trays. You can grow. And if you're growing, you can become registered as a farmer. This has a tremendous effect in terms of one, getting our Black farmer numbers up. Right now, nationwide, they say we have about 45,000 Black farmers in the state of Virginia. We have about 1,700 Black farmers. In reality, in both of those things, it's probably 50% of those actual farmers, individuals who actually work the land and till the land and produce a crop. Many of those other individuals are landowners. But there's a benefit to being a farmer in this country. If we know the foundation of this individual, white landowners, the keyword landowner, and on land you be able to turn it, it will become farm numbers, so you can get the many benefits that USDA offers in terms of being a Black farmer or just a farmer in general. During the COVID PPP time and even up to now, I think September 11th, September 8th deadline, the USDA is offering check for farmers who've had any type of agreement in their crop. I got my check. There's a lot of individuals who receive a lot larger checks than what I'll get. Increase our farmers and take pride in that, and then benefit from the privileges of being a farmer in this country. There are tax breaks when you have a farm, tremendous tax breaks. Allows you to keep your income and spread it into other areas that you may need or want. And it doesn't require anything but an application to the USDA FSA office, which if you go to USDA.gov or farmers.gov, you can get directed to your local office, and within 5 to 10 minutes, you can have the application completed. And then after that, you can have a farm number. If you decide not to do anything with that, being okay. And it has more benefits than you may realize. And especially if you do have some land that you're not using, or family land, et cetera, putting that into a farm, having a farm number can reduce your taxes on that land tremendously. You can become a forest farmer. Just say you're growing trees, and whatever wild trees you're growing is what you're growing. But there's a lot of opportunities in becoming, being a Black farmer in general. The next thing you do has nothing to do with that. We have to buy from Black business for everything possible. These are things that has to be done to sustain us, especially during these times of instability, of racial tension, racial biases, et cetera. Support our Black businesses. And don't just support them during Kwanzaa, during Juneteenth. Don't just support the cultural ones, support the banks, support the insurance companies, support the real estate offices, the CPAs, the accountants, the farmers, the nonprofits. Support all of them with your money. Again, your money, your dollar is a vote. Every time you put your money toward anything, you're voting for them to stay in the business. How many of us know of any Asian carryout that's went out of business in our communities? How many of us know of any hair salons that went out of business, or not hair salons, but beauty care industries owned by Asians that went out of business? We support them continually with our dollars in our communities. I ain't never known, well, I've known a few liquor stores go out of business, but not a lot. This is with whom and our money, especially for those who are trying to do something great, provide services for and about our people. They may support others, but they're also there to help you out. They give you a sense of relatability with our customers, with our businesses and with customers. I love to go into business to be able to drop a couple $100s in a business and just, I feel good. I feel good knowing I've helped out a small business continue to stay in business. Because a vote for them is a vote against someone else, but not voting for them with your dollars would definitely put them in a situation of potentially going out of business themselves. Deposit money in Black banks. This is the second thing that comes after you start supporting Black businesses. We have to deposit as well. What an author wrote a book called The Black Tax, called the PhD, Purchase, Hire, and Deposit. Purchase from Black businesses, and that purchasing from Black businesses allows Black businesses to hire individuals in their community to support their business. And many times you hire who you know. You hire people within your network, especially when you're a small business. And our network is going to be who? Us, people in our community, young people who may need jobs. And once those individuals start depositing more money in the Black banks, they can provide more loans and more opportunities for other businesses to continue to grow in those communities. These are just a few small lists of various banks that you can support in the area, or at least in Virginia, Maryland, DC. Industrial Bank out of DC. One United Bank, I think it's the largest bank, Black bank in the country. I think it's based out of Boston, but they have branches around the country. Both United allows you to account online. You know, everything moving pretty much to online. Most folks don't go to a bank. You can put all money with ATMs with very little issue. If you use even an ATMs anymore. Our bank out of Maryland, Broadway Federal is out of Los Angeles, City First Bank is out of DC, and I think those two just merged. Broadway Federal, which is a publicly traded bank, Virginia State Credit is also another one. We have to put our money where our mouth is. Many of us do have banks, and if you don't work with banks anyway, it's all well and good. Keep it under your mattress, keep it in your closet, what you need to do. But for those who deposit within banks, let's switch them over from SunTrust, from Wells Fargo, from Bank of America to some of these banks, and help to build up the credit and the deposits in those banks so they can invest more in us. The next thing we need to do is buy and invest in land, property, real estate. I'm a fifth-generation farmer, as I've stated, and the property that my family bought 100 years ago has increased in value, I would dare say almost 1,000-fold, maybe 1,000,000-fold, at least 10,000-fold at least. My great-great-grandfather, great-great-grandparents bought our land in 1910 for $722. My great-grandfather bought his land in 1915 for $250. Both those properties, the larger one is probably well over $1 million in value now. And the one in the other smaller property, about 25 acres, is probably closer to $500,000 in value right now. Well, I say at least $150,000 to $200,000 in value right now. What other investment could you have made in 1910 that in 100 years would be valued that much? There's no investment in Jordans, in any type of vehicle, would it be a Tesla, a Cadillac Escalade, Rolls Royce, none of those trinkets are going to be able to provide you a residual income. None of those things are going to hold value. Those are not assets, they're trinkets. It's the same thing that happened to us when we were sold here. Individuals traded trinkets for us. There's no talking on this now, who are the fruit of that trade. Got a bad deal again. Some spoons, some mirrors, some have any value then. We've got to learn from mistakes of our ancestors, not to trade the value that we have, would it be in our money and our time, our time really. Because money is nothing but a realization of your time. It's a tool that's traded for your time. You work your job for 8 hours a day, they give you X amount of dollars for your time. And you turn that time into shoes, clothes, perfume and colognes, foods, etc. You know, you want to buy out the bar. You know, and I may be dating myself. Back in my day, it was passive. I said, you know, and that's amount of capacity that's worth not investing in land, property, real estate, especially in rural areas. Don't look at your cities over, and they're not going to give you the same value or the same amount of buying in DC right now, investing probably $500,000. And as far as rural land, you're not going to find it. But if you go to Zillow and some of these other places that provide realestate.com, realtor.com, whatever, you can find, you know, in Amelia County, which is outside Charlotte per se, but those rural areas, you can find an acre for $5,000, an acre for $1,000. Buy your freedom. Buy something that's going to be an asset that's going to live a lot longer than you will. And this is a copy of the deeds of my grandparents, my great-great-grandparents, and my great-great-grandfather. Just so you know, I won't sell them whoop tickets. This is from, the one on the left is from 1913. It says my great-grandfather purchased the property for $722.05. And you see the date on that was, I'm trying to find the date. It should be November 5th, 1910. Jeff Shirley and Catherine Shirley, my great-great-grandparents. And to the right is my deed from my paternal John Lewis Carter, and he's land for $207.50 in 1915. Our history, they didn't sacrifice whatever they needed to sacrifice in that time period, 1910 and 1915, just have us sell land in 2020. That land is worth something. Keep it, and for as many generations as possible. It's still your children to keep it. Do not sell it. Because individuals are coming to buy land, especially with the stimulus things and the PPP loans and the USDA money that's been given out. White farmers got a whole lot of money. They got $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 that the USDA gave them for maintaining their farm. And they're looking for more land. And they're looking to buy it from individuals who don't know any better. So after they invest and buy a couple more AR-15s and buy all the ammo in the store, then they go out to the auctions and buy property. While we're here, we got to maintain that same reality. Next thing we got to do is know our story. We all got one. You know, say stories are like assholes. Everybody got one, right? And, you know, knowing our story, you got to understand, you know, where you came from and find some pride in it. This young lady here on the right, or left rather, is my great-grandmother's grandmother, Courtney Ellis. And to the document to the right is the slave inhabitants schedule. That's how they took the census of the enslaved Africans in this country, or at least in the state of Virginia, the county of Orange, where my family, portion of my family was from. And if you look to the right of this document, there's a gentleman, we see R.O.B.T. Ellis, Robert Ellis. He was her, I'm presuming that he was her, quote unquote, slave owner. And somewhere in these numbers is how she's listed. They don't give us the dignity of a name. They don't acknowledge our sex, our gender, anything. They just have us as a name and a number. And that number was not a social security number, it was just an age that they could now put value to according to what they felt your service was as a male or female enslaved person. but this is part of my story. This is what our reality was June 22nd, 1860. And many of us have these same stories. And we got to find a level of not shame, but pride that we grew out of this, that the seeds that were planted in her are now us. The seeds that were planted in them are now us, of not giving up or persevering. I've tried my hand at repatriating in Africa, and I realized the biggest thing that I didn't have was a story. Many of us repatriated were individuals without a country, without a nation. We didn't have a story that we could be proud of and hold our heads to. Yet living in Ghana, everybody knew their story. They knew the history of their family, of their people, whether you were Airway, whether you were Fanti, whether you were Khan, whether you were Hausa, you knew your story, you knew your people, you knew your hometown, you knew your language. They robbed us of all of that. And we've had to create and continue to create. And we got to do more research and find out more about those stories and lift up our ancestors and that legacy, because they are our driving force. They should be our fuels for achieving our goals. You know, I'm gonna mention this later on, but they had an African dream before they came here. And instead of us living out an American dream, we need to really focus on living out this African dream. And I encourage each and every one of you all to take a spiritual pilgrimage to Africa. Wherever your heart just drives you, calls you, wherever. You know, like America and just spin a globe point. But find a place to go. Ghana is a great place to go. Senegal is a great place to go. West Africa is a great place to start, because they still have a connection with us as their long lost brothers and sisters. East Africa, that, you know, is a great place as well, but the connection isn't there, because their slave trade took us into different places, and their understanding of that slave trade is not as known. So, you know, we have a lot of nuances, a lot of shared experiences with the coast of West Africa. And part of this kept, I definitely believe the slave trade was definitely real. When you go into those slave dungeons in Cape Coast, you go to slave dungeons in Accra, when you visit those places, you feel how strong, how militant, how whatever you think you might be. You walk into those places and you realize there's an energy there that you can't deny. And that's the energy of those enslaved Africans, those kidnapped Africans who were captured and brought up against their will and marched down from wherever they lived to the coast, you know, 200, 300 miles at some points, having to walk through the bush, the woods, the jungle, barefoot, with, as I often say, with this much food and this much water a day. We often start our understanding of our story at the middle passage. But if you have a middle passage, you got to have a beginning of that passage. And we've got to acknowledge those ancestors who endured the beginning of that passage, whose names we'll never know, whose history we'll never understand, whose culture we may never have any conception about, because many of our people were exterminated. Their cultures were exterminated. Their villages were raided. These were just original Ghanaians, original Ivory Coasters, not the larger tribes or ethnic groups and nations in the 1500s or the 1300s or the 800s, but those original individuals who maintain a different spirituality than what we even know as Yoruba or Khan, and some of these other things. You know, they were, say, conquered, but their cultures were usually merged into the larger dominant culture of that community at that time. So, you know, again, exploring our story, we need more of us to explore those stories. We all got them. They're like assholes. Figure them out, look for them, and them, you know, and share them. That's one thing that we all should do. We all shouldn't share our ass, but you should share your story. We all got the opportunity to now share our stories. It's not funny, Deron.
I thought that was. I'm sorry. I lied. I chuckled. I put myself on. I lied.
I'm starting to share my story now. Okay. Again, the next thing we need to do after that is live out our African dreams and vision. We all got a dream or a vision. You know, I've been blessed. I think Brother Manifest, Brother Ron has been blessed. Some of us had that boldness, the audaciousness. Something comes to your mind, you just go ahead and you got to get it done. You don't care what it is that comes to mind, what vision it is, what dream it is that you have. You have to get it out of you, and do it. And I think Happy Natural Day is a reflection of that. And I would definitely say that my experiences of living in Ghana.
Sorry.
My bad. Got a racist signal.
Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Hey, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Hey.
Give us
Okay, wait. We can't hear you that well. Let's turn this.
All right. I think we're good now.
All right. Hi.
Hey, Fancy, give us 15 minutes. Give us 15 minutes to finish out this presentation, then I'm going live with y'all, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, cool. Hello.
Hi, Fancy.
How I get you back on the how I get your screen back to sharing?
I don't know. It said it was, but let me see.
Okay,
Uh,
there you go. You not seeing it on your end? Okay, there you go. I mean,
I'm right there. Okay. I'm right there. Okay.
good. Now you back up. Hold on.
All right. Sorry about that.
Go. There you go.
So living out these African dreams is essential. I mean, whatever the creators put in our soul to push out, whatever the ancestors put in our soul to create, we got to share it. And that's what drew me back here. When my father came to visit me on his last sojourn to Africa, you know, he told me, come on back. Take over the farm. Nobody else is gonna be able to do it. And once I heard him, I understood what he was saying, because I heard Africans saying that all the time. My father said, "Come home," and you could never disrespect your parents in terms of not responding to that call. And that call was such a deep call, because at the time I was building a home there, I was building a little community there. And one of the things that the Masons that I was working with, or at least one of the workers that was land I was on, that I was building upon, was stating that in 40 years, this would be ours again. He was counting down the time of the end of our lease, because as a non-Ghanaian at that time, I couldn't own the land. I could only lease it for 50 years. And I dragged my feet for the first 10 years. So I was down to 42 years, somewhere in there. And he was just waiting for us to finish up with that land so he would be able to take it over. His children would be able to take it over. And I said, oh my goodness, this is nuts. Pretty much plotting on us at this point. And I'm like, I got land here in Virginia that I need to really deal with, that I don't have to worry about anybody plotting on it. And as I, again, went into the history of that and really shared it with my family, they could understand, I could understand more about why that call. I'm just gonna run on these my cell phone here.
The signal's bad, but it's all good.
Yeah. I'm just gonna run my cell phone here and not share the screen anymore, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Yeah. And the next thing we gotta do is be healthy. It's critical for us to be healthy. As our brother Chadwick.
Yeah.
As our brother Chadwick just.
Okay, which one do you want me to mute? The phone or the video? So, all right, boom. That's it. You have to let one of them go, either the video or the phone.
Yeah, the laptop's been giving me the issue. So
Okay.
is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Sorry about that. I live in the woods, and this is the price I pay for living in the woods. Very poor internet. But I got land, so I can't. I'll
Yeah, right.
sacrifice that any day of the week.
Trade-off is like, okay, well, I got some acres.
Yeah. I got my 40 acres and a mule and then some. 40 acres and a John Deere. Yeah. So, and so the next thing is just being healthy. Picking out what we want to have in our spaces, physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically. Taking those social media breaks, just media breaks in general. The news is not the news; it's the blues, and it's a new age blues. It ain't no longer like BB King and Johnny Blue Bland and all them. It's a new age blues that really affects our nervous system, and we've got to be mindful. If we're being assaulted, our nervous system is being assaulted. This time last week we were about to see another killing. This time last week, we were about to see another killing of another innocent Black man. And it seems like every month there's a new one. And they're feeding upon our sensory skills, sensory health, our nervous system health. That causes us need a desire to be more self-medicated. So staying healthy mentally, physically, emotionally is critical for us to one of those things that we need to do. The next thing we need to do is invest in stocks of companies we regularly use. We've got to figure out how to make our money grow for us. Many of us may have savings or may not have savings, but we go to certain places on a regular basis. We have favorite institutions that we support that are most likely publicly traded. Would it be Amazon? Would it be Walmart? Would it be Chipotle? Would it be McDonald's? Would it be whomever, Tesla, Apple, Samsung? They're all publicly traded companies that we can now benefit from our patronage. And now with apps like Robinhood and some other apps, you can buy percentages of shares. You ain't got to buy the whole, $3,500 per share of Amazon. You can put up $30 a week, to buy a portion of that. So when you make those orders this week, you can actually be paying yourself through the value of that stock. Again, it's one of those things where I grew up in an area where it said scared money don't make no money. And a lot of us want to make sure that we, are making money, especially for the next generation. And I think back to this 2008, 12 years ago, Amazon stock was at $30, $40. Go check the Amazon stock now in 2020. It's 3,000 some odd dollars per share. A $300 investment back in 2008 again would give you $30,000 now. If you had bought Tesla back last year this time when it was $200, Tesla was trading up until the end of this week at almost $2,000 a share. And then the stock split as of this week, or I think today, tomorrow, next, or maybe Tuesday, where they're going to turn that, if you had it at 10 shares, now you have 50 shares. And the price is going to rise back up again. This is how you maintain wealth for your family. This is how you grow wealth and legacy for your family financially, where you can have that support like we saw with a whole lot of other folks who didn't have to worry about going back to the office during the COVID reality. Forget it, I ain't got to go back. I can live off a few stocks for a couple months. I'll be all right. If we're going to be here, we got to play that game. And like any game that we played of theirs, we generally know how to play it well. After a couple tries at it, we figure out how to master it. And you can't show one game that we ain't taking over. to the point that they're creating new games. And you see cornhole championships on ESPN and Spartan race championships. They had to create new games to keep us out because we mastered the games that they've done before. Well, finances, the dollar, capitalism is all a game. We can master that the same way. And I mean, it's nothing like mastery and then having, 6, 7, 8 figures behind your name. You get a whole nother type of appreciation when you go to the bank. And, Mr. Carter, glad you came by. We've got to invest in those things, in gold, silver, in addition to stocks and ourselves. Don't be scared to invest in yourself. One of the next things we need to do is be a positive influence to our children. I don't know if we understand what that always means at times, but we got to be what that great uncle was to us, that showed us the way, that said the right things to us to change our direction or our course, especially when you're dealing with teenagers. I grew up, fortunately enough, in a community of Black men. I didn't know too many individuals who didn't have fathers in my community. I didn't have fathers who were actually engaged, even if their parents weren't together, they were there. And I didn't realize till I got much older how valuable that is to be brought up, especially. It's racist. I'm going outside. All right, we'll try this now. Sorry about that. But having an opportunity to grow up with Black men and Black women, communities where you could talk to your auntie about, issues you're having, and your uncle about issues you're having. We've got to learn how to mine our most valuable resources, our ancestors. Our ancestors are here for a very short period of time, but they have some wisdom that we can't always appreciate, but we need to hear it. We need to get that information from them. We've got to, do some other things with our families, create traditions beyond just what society's given us. If you celebrate Christmas, if you're Muslim and you celebrate Ramadan, even if you're Pan-Africanist and you celebrate, Kwanzaa and Juneteenth, create some family traditions beyond just the cultural mainstream things. We go out August 20th, August 21st, we go out to our, for lack of a better term, our family's plantation. Shirley Plantation, the oldest plantation in Virginia, to go, pay homage to our ancestors around the time of the first time that our ancestors came here as enslaved Africans. There's nothing written in the book. I don't post nothing about social media about it. It's just something that we can do as a family, and my children can now appreciate the value of this history. Again, it's critical for us to kind of take ownership of our story, our history, and our experiences, and not allow others to shape it and influence it. Whether it be Pan-Africanist, whether it be pro-Black, whether it be various spiritual institutions, create your own. They're much more valuable, and they're going to be longer lasting and have a much greater effect on your family, your community, and your legacy than just going with the flow of whatever community you're a part of. Whether it be the American community, the African Hebrew community, Asar Set community, the UNIA community, you'll find hiccups in those communities. You'll find fringes, you'll find breakups, you'll find disappointment. But if you start doing things for yourself, they have, as much as you may disappoint yourself, you can still keep those things at core. So you don't throw away your traditions, your values, because you created your own. You're not depending upon anyone else for anything else. We kind of utilize a lot of these social movements, these African-centered social movements, as our crutch to still not be who we need to be as individuals. As we can be a part of a great community, but we also have to be great individuals, and we have to find value in that as well. We cannot, substitute, the American way or Christianity or whatever thing we're running away from for someone else's thing. We got to create our own thing. And because my laptop is inside and I don't know where I was going to next, I'm gonna go ahead and end it right here. For any questions or dialogue, for sure.
And do we have any questions on the social media? Hey, so y'all can feel free if y'all tuned in on the social media, y'all can chime in the comments with questions and thoughts, and we'll post them or we'll ask the questions of the folks that are presenting. You know what I mean? As swiftly as we can get the insight, get the questions up. I mean, I don't know. So we're kind of figuring this out. There's some methods where we get the questions on Facebook. We got questions. We got people on Instagram. Oh, okay. So there's a question. Where are you located in Virginia?
I'm in Orange County, Virginia, which is in between Charlottesville and Fredericksburg.
Okay.
In the Piedmont area, near Mount Pelier and what's the other place? Monticello.
Okay.
So there's a whole lot of presidential slave holding around these parts.
So if you're on Twitter, we might not be able to see your questions right at this moment, but we'll get back to you with them. My question for you, Michael, is you and I've had lots of conversations about African crops.
Mm-hmm.
Just to talk a smidge about that, and then we're gonna go ahead and introduce BioSeed to the family. I mean, when I say a smidge, I mean give something to give folks something to chew on, as it relates to.
I got you. I'm sorry. I got caught up in other stuff. I forgot what I actually do. My bad. So this is let me see if I can get this. This is one of the main crops I grow here. It's in some cultures, or in Ghana, it's called inkatumare. In probably the Caribbean, they call it cocoyam leaf. In Hawaii, they call it poi. Other areas, they call it taro. I'll show you another one as well. These are some of the things that we grow here for the African market. We also grow hot peppers, okra, green called managu, which is out of West Africa, East Africa. So within, Africulture, we grow specialty African vegetables. Living in Africa for 5 years, I ate what the Africans ate because that's what we had to eat, So there I was growing like kale and broccoli and cabbage and selling it to a niche market in Accra, Ghana. And when I returned back to the United States, I saw the same opportunity on this side, just in reverse, of being able to grow these vegetables that you can't get here in the United States, but that individuals want badly. So there in Ghana, I was growing orange sweet potato. They had a sweet potato that was white. But there was a lot of African Americans there and other folks there who was like, okay, we want sweet potatoes, we want collards, we want kale. Cool. So we'll grow that. And we were able to develop a niche market on that side. And for any farmer, a niche market is by far your best market. And a niche market just means a very customized market for very customized people. So I work with farmers throughout the state in growing these niche vegetables of what we call garden eggs, Scotch bonnet peppers or hot peppers, the taro leaf, callaloo or amaranth. And we grow these things. And I definitely encourage not as for us to grow it, but us to change our palate to start eating and consuming these things. I think that's one area that I'm sure we don't consider as much. And we've had to wait for somebody else to kind of share this with us of eating for our geographic type. Africans should be eating African foods that are ideally grown in Africa. You will see a different countenance in your body, a different level of health when you eat these foods. When you go into Africa, you'll see individuals who look very strong, healthy, who don't age much, who don't have wrinkles, who's not affected as much by the sun. And a lot of that has to do with the food they eat. And we can prepare it in our own special ways. When I was in Ghana, we would have groundnut soup or Nkanti Nkwan, which is peanut butter soup. And so outstanding. I mean, I absolutely love peanut butter soup, but we have it with cornbread. just because it was something familiar to us in terms of what we were still used to, and they grew their corn, and we had, corn flour, as they called it, instead of cornmeal. We make our cornbread to go along with the Enchanté and Quan, the peanut butter soup. When you're having these vegetables, and I didn't talk about any of these vegetables, but there are a lot of nutritional values to these vegetables that are cancer preventing, health increasing. The turmeric has I'm gonna see if I can get you a picture real quick. This turmeric has what's called oxalic acid in it. When I break off one of these leaves, I'm gonna take off one of these smaller ones here. The white liquid that comes out of here. Didn't happen this time because it's on camera, so it was not trying to. So the oxalic acid doesn't allow it to be eaten raw. But it's, to me, from what I've heard or read anyway, it's kind of like cyanide for the cells. That this oxalic acid helps to fight off other things in your body, but you have to cook it. So if you eat it raw, it'll irritate or scratch your throat. If you pluck it raw and the white stuff gets on your fingers or hands, it'll make your hands itch. And it's the same thing that's found in cassava as well. And I think it's called neutraliside, vitamin B17. And if you look at vitamin B17, you'll see it in apricot seeds as well. And that's what one of the constituent ingredients of fighting various cancers is vitamin B17, which you find in apricot kernels. You'll find, soursop leaf, which grows profusely in West Africa as well, that is used to treat cancers. And you find that a lot of individuals don't really engage in cancers or other illnesses until they engage in the Western diet. And guess what? All of us Black Americans, no matter how pro-Black we are, we engage in a Western diet. Vegan or not, vegetarian or not, halal or not, it's all a Western diet. And we had to change what we eat and how we eat, and which is a tremendous impact upon our health, short-term and long-term. And we talk about breaking these generational curses. This is the biggest one and usually the hardest one to break, is the generational curse of bad health, because we didn't always have this. This is a newfound occurrence. Generally, the enslaved Africans outlived their masters by 2 or 3 generations because of our diet, our understanding of the diet and importance. Even when we had to eat scraps, we didn't eat a lot of it. You might have had a sliver of chitlins. We didn't have a bowl full. And that's, because we look at grandma, we say, and I hear it all the time from my family, grandma, great grandma, she lived to be 95. Her sister lived to be 99. I'm like, what? If you understood how they ate before they got into this modern age, they didn't eat much food. They ate chicken once a week on Sundays. They ate fish when they caught it. They didn't have nitrate. They didn't eat ground beef like that. They may have raised cattle, but they didn't eat beef often. So it's one of those nuances of our culture that we have to really explore and mine out in terms of what's killing us, how we're eating, because the food that we're eating now is not what our great-grandparents ate. The food that we are eating now, no matter where it's coming from, is highly processed. It's highly affected by our environment. The nutritional value of the grass that the cow eats now is much lower than it was when our ancestors ate it.
You bring up a good point about plant-based diets for African people, right? I was talking to an elder, we was talking about it, and it made so much sense. It's like, yo, you only had so many pigs. If you had land, right? You know what I mean? You only had, if you lived on the plantation, you didn't have a pig that you owned, right?
Nope.
But if you, once after 1865, if you had some land, it wasn't like you could eat pig every day. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like you could eat cow every day, because this is the animal that you would raise from a cow, or whatever, the baby pig,
A piglet.
a piglet,
Yeah.
piglet to a large pig. You know what I mean? And then if you did eat it, well, when you killed it, you had to slaughter. You would try to preserve the meat. And so
Mhm.
that's where all that, salted pork and all that type of stuff came from, right? So if you had that one pig that you slaughtered and it was shared amongst whoever was in the neighborhood or in your area, that chitlin might have been like a festive situation
Yeah.
where you actually like, we slaughtered this one pig that we had,
hmm
or a couple pigs that we had, and now this as this event we had this chitlin stuff. Same thing with the chickens. It's like you can't kill the chickens because you got to eat the egg because you're eating the eggs. It's like, so if you
Yep.
kill all your chickens, then where you get your eggs from? You know what I'm saying? So
Yep.
this is so we the way we're eating as if we were luxurious. We're eating very luxuriously, considering what our ancestors, that lived that exist that lived after, or during on the plantation or after the plantation, eating
Mhm.
meat every day is a friggin' luxury. It's like I'm sure our great grandparents would be like, our great grandparents would be like, wow, they eat steak every day, like
They eat high on the hog.
eating high on all, right?
That's where the phrase comes from. You
That's
couldn't
where
eat
the
on a hog every day.
right. So
And that's
they were explaining that we ate mostly greens, man. We ate the vegetables that we grew, and that was more accessible to us. So as a result, you might have had a little bit of meat, but it was like you had mostly vegetables and rice. You know what I'm
and
saying?
that's what you see in Africa even today is like you'll see these soups and they have these little pieces of meat inside, so you're eating mostly vegetable soup with a little piece of goat meat and what we would consider to be more fat back than anything else.
Right.
It's
Right.
not even like a big old chunk. It's not like chili with just meat just oozing all over the place every spoon.
Right.
So even then in Africa, we didn't do it in the same manner of gorging ourselves. This is solely an American or even a Western idea and way of eating, and it's having a very negative effect on our health,
Right.
on our families, and then on our vitality
Mhm.
and virility on both sides,
Right.
creating
Cool.
fibroids, cystis, and low sperm count in men.
Right. Powerful stuff. So look, man, I gotta go. I want to bring on my sister, because I know she's been waiting. I told her that she was gonna get on here, so we're gonna get on here with her, and then I'm gonna bring on Leah.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Thank you so much for your time, brother. I appreciate you coming in and dropping this so profoundly with us today. That was a nice step by step.
What we need to do.
What we need to do. We need more of those conversations. But I'll be in touch with you, man. We'll see. I'll talk to you later. And thank you for supporting Happily Natural Day, man.
No, always a pleasure.
Peace. Let me see. Where we at? Hey, look at
Hey! Thanks for coming by.
Hey, welcome. What's up? How y'all doing?
Nothing. How are you?
Yo, I'm doing amazing, man. It's so good to see y'all, man.
It's great to see
Sorry
you.
it took a little longer than anticipated. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
listen, it's 2020.
Right. We learning how to go with the how to balance with the flow. You know what I mean?
We are leaning with it and rocking with it.
We do. We're in the
All
flow.
2020.
So thank you for having us.
Yeah.
I'm honored to have y'all, man. So
Let's turn you up a little bit.
y'all are our virtual vendors for the 18th annual Happily Natural Day. So thank you all for taking a leap of faith and trusting us. With presenting y'all in a great light. So I wanted to take some time, man, 15, 20 minutes just to vibe with y'all, learn more about what it is that you all are craftsmen of or craftswomen of. And see some examples and, where's the inspiration coming from? How did y'all connect? Let's get it in. Like, what's up? Like, I want to start with who are you?
Yeah. Who are we?
The platform right now. Who are we? Who we rocking with?
Yeah. Well, I'm Fancy,
And I'm Mia, and we are Earthseed Culture.
Yeah.
We have we're two friends who, out of the pandemica, we decided that that we needed to do something that could really, that reflects us. We
Yeah.
started to follow our own passion. So together, Earthseed by Fancy came out of the pandemic. And you want to tell about that?
Yeah, I started Earthsea by Fancy kind of as an accident, as I start most things. I needed to make a quick birthday present for a friend, and I was like, well, let's see what happens when I mix this resin and add these flowers. My dad had just like picked me some flowers, so I was like, I'll make her an ashtray. Like everybody needs an ashtray. So she loved it, and I was like, okay, that was fun, and I continued to play around with it because I saw that there were several organites like this that were being sold online and at different platforms. And I thought, oh, that's really cute, but I don't really see where it's practical. Like I see where if I have like disposable income and I just wanted to have something really beautiful where I might purchase this, but I'm kind of the practical persuasion, and I like for things that I use every day to be infused with things that I need to interact with. So I started thinking about if I infuse these ashtrays and other things that I'm making with semi-precious stones, with really beautiful natural resources, that I can turn them into organites, and I'm handling them every day, and therefore I am sharing and exchanging positive energy with these items. So that's where the concept came from, and the name Earthseed came from my obsession with Octavia Butler, and in particular, Parable of the Sower. I feel like we're living into like the year or two before Parable of the Sower happened, and I felt so much comfort learning about the concepts of this spiritual system that she introduced in Earthseed, that I felt like this is a great opportunity to shout her out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, it's funny that me and my partner were talking about the Parable of the Sower, and we were like, yo, it's like, this is like the precursor. This is the prequel to the book, what we're experiencing in this moment. Like, yeah.
It is. And it's scary that we're in 2020 and the book starts in 2025. And it's like, wow, I can really see directly how we can get to that place. So I just really wanted to find a way to, just uplift Octavia Butler's memory and show that we are the children of that movement. So
Word. So culture witch. That's your Instagram. Like, tell me your story. How did you get into this space? Like, what brought you to this work?
Sure. So when I was very inspired by Fancy, because when she discovered that the organites that are being sold everywhere were actually resin, she called me and she was like, did you know this isn't real amethyst? Like, this is actually resin. And I was like, no. And it just like spurred her forward on this mission of anger, but trying to figure out how to make it, and to make it something that was like authentic and genuine and using real crystals. And I'm of the earth. I'm the culture witch, Mia. And so my background, I'm of the royal family of the Bamileke tribe from Cameroon, Africa. And my natural role has been the wise woman, the seer. And I work with essential oils because essential oils help with balancing our hormones. And I also work with crystals as well in my own practice to help with my own emotional and spiritual health. And then, so when I was interacting with Fancy, I got inspired. I was like, well, what can I make that's practical for people, and like a way that I can get this emotional and spiritual healing through a different form. And I found candles, because I love candles, but when I found out that a lot of the candles that are being mass produced are paraffin or soy, and soy is getting really like, honestly, raped from the culture, raped from the earth. It's not, people aren't in communion with soy anymore. And so I then went to beeswax, and beeswax, out of all of the waxes for candles, is it takes out negative ions from the air. And it helps people who have allergies or who have sinus issues. And compared to all the other ones. And I was like, so this is something actually from bees and earth, and I can actually go to the source, I go to this one local garden store in North Carolina and get my beeswax. And so I see the bees. I ask them and I'm thankful for them. And so I was like, well, let's see if I can put this all together, bring in emotional wellness that comes through essential oils and crystals. And the crystals that I get, I actually mine. I actually go to a mine that's 40 minutes away and see them. And we just add them together. So I'm going to feature, did you already show yours? So I'm going to feature one that I have. And I like to work with glass to put these candles in something a little bit different, where it's like not just a candle, it could be a totem in your home. And then the coloring that I use, it's mica. And we both use mica in our products, which is also from stones, natural from the earth. It's not food coloring. And so this is called Earth Lagoon. It's inspired by Virgo season. I have dried roses around, and then we also have turquoise and copper mica. I have abalone shells, peridot, which is a sign for it's a stone of mental clarity that Virgos provide, as well as amethyst, because amethyst is the stone of royalty. And I forgot, I have a Lemurian crystal in here too. So Lemurian crystals are the keys to our DNA and ancestral healing. And so, like, this is not just a candle that you burn. This is something like when it's done, you can reuse the glass. All you have to do is pour hot water into it and you can take everything out.
Wow.
And then you have crystals left over. And while it's burning, you can see like mica has this beautiful shimmer to it as it melts. And then all of the dried products kind of like float into and suspend in this. And yeah, this is my creation, one of them.
Very nice. Very
Yeah.
nice. Very nice.
So we have that available. And so our collaboration, we ask and utilize the earth products and the seeds. And we have these products that you can bring into your home and whatever you want to do with it, because people are using them differently than we think that they're made for. It doesn't matter.
That has nothing to do with
Doesn't matter. As long as you find value and enjoy it in your home, that's all we do. So everything is filled with intention.
Very nice. Very nice. So yeah, I want to show some more of the examples of the products. And
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
So Mia's gonna do a live demo of her pouring one of her candles, and I'm just gonna walk you through some of my favorite pieces if that's cool.
Okay, cool.
All right. So a part of my everyday use, the way that I want to interact with my products, I decided that I wanted to make ashtrays. I've been making incense holders. I've been making different trays. If you use it as a rolling tray or a charcuterie tray, it's totally up to the person, but I wanted to show you a few of those. The first one that I want to show you is this tray that I hand painted in honor of our goddess Yemaya. So this particular piece took about 6 days to do in completion. If I turn on the back, you can see where it started with the sketch, and that's in 24 karat gold paint. And then I just start to layer mica coloring and just to add detail into Yemaya. And also, if you look at the bottom, you'll see lots of beautiful stones, 24 karat gold, magnesite stones, serpentine. There's some red clay. There's some amethyst, there's some renegades. I really wanted to infuse this with just really beautiful stones that I felt like have the kinship with the ocean, and the whole energy of Yemaya being just this goddess of mothering and this goddess of just the divine feminine. I felt like this is such a great time, especially as a melanated woman, to really represent the ultimate mother. So I'm looking forward to doing more of those. I'm also really, really excited about these incense holders that I just finished. These are called Yoni Puddles, and they feature a really beautiful galactic Yoni at the top and 24 karat gold puddle.
Wow.
And when you get ready to use it in your home, you put it right on your table. And I love how it just fits right onto your table. It almost looks like something spilled on it. And you can insert your incense right into the Yoni. and it's beautiful for burning. It's a really beautiful decorative piece. And again, 24 karat gold is such a beautiful resource to have and to have available in your home. What you say?
That's Nakaya likes this. She's like, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Also, I turned these organites into night lights. So if you look at it this way, you can see a lot of the stones, a lot of these beautiful seashells. I really want to pack these things with as much natural resource as possible so that when it is in your home and it's right near you, you actually feel the benefits of them. And you can see that this one turns into a really beautiful nightlight.
That's dope.
So we feature a few of these. I just feel like I personally, I prefer not to have a lot of things around. I prefer for my things to have actual uses. So that was the ultimate goal for that. I have a smaller rolling tray that this is an example of it. So again, it's infused. There is cannabis plant in this. There is, what is this? What stone did I put in this last night? It was such a long night. Let's see, this was, rose quartz. And I also used some black onyx. I feel like onyx is such a powerful stone for this point in our life. A lot of us are dealing with a lot of grief. If it's grief of people that maybe we didn't get to meet, like Chadwick, unfortunately, from last night, or if it's a family member that's been affected by this disease, if it's somebody that has lost a sense of their stability and the sense of their life, I really feel like onyx is really important to have near us and to interact with at this point. So I made sure that I put it in this tray, and I love this tray because it's great and easy to pack up. And I also make these cups that you can store your dried flower in. So that way you can enjoy it as a set and you don't have, things moving around too much. So I'm really excited about those pieces.
Yeah, I'm excited about that too. I need to get one of those.
Yeah, let me know. I'd be happy to. And also, I have other smaller pieces, different altar pieces, small Buddhas, small torsos of bodies that are really great. And the same thing, I still add lights to them. I still add stones to them. They're still organites. And especially with these, I'll show you this one. With these altar pieces, again, with them being night lights, I think that it gives you the option to, if you did need to go and meditate in a different space, and if it was darker, you have that option of turning on your light.
That's very, very, very one of a kind. I have never seen anything like that.
Yeah. And this one has all of the stones from the 7 chakra system. So it's made to give you balance. It's made to, if you are trying to help the Kundalini energy flow of your body and you're really trying to tap into eliminating some of that spinal blockage, I really would recommend having this near you just so you can go through and concentrate on each zone at a time. I think it's perfect for things like that. So I like to make things that feel good to me, that are helping me, because to be honest with you, my artist energy has not been in the best state of mind through this pandemic. I miss my friends. I miss my life so much. So having these elements near me and being able to discover my artistry in a different way and being able to connect with my friends in a different way has been amazing. And I hope that energy translates in the products.
Yeah, I can feel it. It's dope.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that y'all came together on this. This is a good vibe.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Like it.
Are you ready, Mia? Can we come?
I am ready.
All right, so we're gonna take a walk. A very long walk. Here we are. We're gonna take a walk and we're going to visit Mia.
Okay, that's great. Okay, can you see me okay?
I see, yes.
All right, so this is our first actual glass candle collaboration where we already have resin in the bottom. Fancy did this last night, and there's suspended lettuce seeds.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay.
earthseed is already secured here.
Wow.
So then I have a layer of star anise, which smells, this is where we get, what is that word?
Licorice.
Licorice from. And then I have amethyst and red agate in there. So this is kind of our soil of the earth.
All right.
So this is our concept right now.
I'm with it.
Huh?
I said, no, I'm with it. I'm with it. I was like, I'm feeling it. I love this. I love the. So as this burns down, it's activating the different aromas, right?
Oh yeah. So
That-
we
that-
have the essential oils. I already put them in. So I have like this big block of beeswax.
Okay.
I put it in, and of course, beeswax already has its natural scent.
Right.
And
Right.
then for this one, I put the calming blend and deep blue.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
So you melt it at the same time with the beeswax, so that the oil is being released and melted into the beeswax at the same time, so that when you do melt it, it's also releasing what was captured in the beeswax. Does that make sense?
Different properties, right?
All right. So I've already put in my colors. It's going to be a silver with these elements added to it. And so, so this is the foundation of this earthseed candle.
Okay.
I feel like one thing that Mia and I really connected on early on in this project was,
Can you see? Okay.
can you guys see? Should I move this closer?
I can see, but it's got a glare underneath the light.
Okay, let's see.
But
So
I can tell.
one of the, I'm gonna move it a little closer. If our hired help, aka me, drops this, please don't fire me or hold it against me.
That's perfect.
So one of our early concepts, and the thing that I think we both really fell in love with, as far as like really wanting to tap into the energy of Earthseed, is just one of the passages from Earthseed, the Book of the Living. And I think it's probably the most quoted passage from it, but all that you touch, you change. All that you change changes you. The only constant is change. God is change. So we really wanted to use these elements that came from the supreme being, the supreme beings, however you see it or however you see yourself. And we wanted to just acknowledge the fact that the things that we're going through are a part of the divine. And rather than spending time like, fighting it, it's okay to mourn it, but it's definitely okay to embrace it as change. And the more that things change, the more you learn about yourself. And I think that we both have really definitely learned a lot about ourselves and a lot about ourselves in our art. I thought I knew my favorite mediums. I thought I knew where I was comfortable. And this whole experience has changed all of that. And at the end of the day, even though like I've lost family members and changed my job up completely and everything, I'm actually really grateful that we have this time to learn ourselves in a new way.
And to do what we've always wanted to do.
True.
I concur. I affirm that. I think that's it's interesting that you would share that, because I feel like that thought is shared by many. You know what I mean? Like that, that even in the midst of all of this chaos, like there's something about it there's something about it that took away, excuses. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Actions, however you want to articulate it. You know what I mean? It took those things away and made us have to look at ourselves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's really, really true.
Powerful. This is
And so I'm lining this now. I put dried flowers in it, and I lined it with lemongrass, which is a natural, helps with decongesting. And then put CBD flowers. And then I'm waiting to put this serpentine, because it's a time game and a density game when it comes to this. And then I think I'm gonna line it with these, what are these, pebbles?
Yeah.
And then we're gonna add mica.
These pebbles are what did they say? Some of them, the black ones I know are onyx, and the rest of them are, what do they call them? Waterstones?
Waterstones.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm just gonna take some out. And it's almost. I can't wait to show y'all how it looks. It's really pretty. Like, oh my God. And I think it's time.
I feel like that's been my favorite part of this whole experience. It's just been like collecting these beautiful stones and these beautiful resources, and just like constantly having these rough rocks, these very raw material around. It feels really good.
Perfect.
so
I think I'm done.
That's awesome.
And then
You
we're
wanna
just
bring it
gonna,
closer?
yeah, I'll bring it closer. You may have to.
So pretty.
So how long does it take for it to dry, or for it to solidify?
So I'm gonna sit this for about 4 hours,
Okay.
and
Okay.
it will be right. So you see, it's kind of silver, but if you get close, it's like banded.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see that.
And then I don't want to turn it too much, but
Yeah.
yeah,
This around.
this
Very
is.
cool.
I wish we could smell through technology. Maybe that's
Oh, if you
Oh my
could smell, what does
gosh.
it smell like, Fancy?
It smells like love.
Yeah.
It smells
If you
like
couldn't
love.
tell, in my past life, I was a bartender. But the problem about bartending is that you don't get smell. And if you could smell it, let me list off everything that's in it. I think it has ylang-ylang, peppermint, wild orange, lavender, magnolia, rosemary, and wintergreen.
That's beautiful.
So all for calming deep blue ocean over earthseed.
that's us.
That's us.
So tell us how do you cop? How do people buy stuff from you guys?
Great. So we have our websites at Earthseed X Fancy on Etsy.
Well, it's Earthseed by Fancy on Earthseed, but if you want to just follow me on Instagram, you can follow Earthseed X Fancy, Fancy with an IE. If you follow the link in my link tree, it'll take you directly to my Etsy store. Also in the link, you'll see the link to my podcast, Somewhere with Fancy, where can I curse here?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Okay. I basically just talk shit with my friends on my podcast. Like Mia's on there. I talk a lot of shit on my podcast with my friends. So if you're into that kind of thing, a little wisdom, a little ratchet, all kind of mixed in there together. And we always smoking something great. So that's where I am. If you go straight to Etsy, it's Earthseed by Fancy.
And so what I'm gonna do from here is, are y'all on Facebook, or do you use Facebook for y'all work?
Yeah,
Yes.
There's an Earthseed by Fancy page on Facebook as well, and we're Facebook friends. So I think I sent you it.
Yeah, check me out. I'm gonna get you to post some stuff on the Facebook.
Okay,
Great.
I'm gonna add you as an admin on the Facebook page. So
Okay.
share some stuff along as we go along for the rest of the day. You know what I mean? So y'all could throw up some videos, and you can do some more stuff, as we continue throughout the day. Links, most importantly, links for people to do commerce with you.
Right.
And that type of thing. All
Great.
right?
And if you need to follow me at on IG at culture_witch, and in my link tree, you can find everything from the candle store to the podcast, the Culture Witch podcast. So we'll do that.
Yeah.
Very nice. I can't wait to listen to your podcast.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really.
Hers is better than mine.
No. We talk about different
You have
things.
actual education.
I talk about psychotherapy, like psychology concepts, and blending it through different cultures, because a lot of the stories that we hear are just one-dimensional and are from a patriarchal Eurocentric worldview. And actually, all of these concepts actually originated either in Africa or are simultaneously happening around the world. So the goal of my podcast is to seam that together for you and to show you that these have actually existed in different cultures around the world around the same time, interestingly.
Right.
So
Nothing is a mistake.
Nothing
No.
is a mistake.
Thank you.
Yo, y'all are amazing. Earthsea, y'all are dope. This is great. I appreciate y'all being a
Thank
part of
you.
the session.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, and yo, I'm gonna message you in a few seconds with the so you can get the posting on the Facebook page so that people that are on the live right now can go do what they're supposed to do with the monies and giving them to you for the theme.
Yay.
That sounds awesome. Thank you for moving forward with this.
Thank
This
you.
was like one of the things I was thinking when shutdown was happening. Like, damn, no Happy Natural Day,
Yo,
no group
I
picnic,
we couldn't do it.
no
We couldn't-
Afro teams.
Yeah, and so the theme for this year is resiliency.
Mm.
And so, that is characterized by our ability to pivot and shift, you know what I'm saying, and still, adapt and adapt to crisis, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And so even before COVID came, we were saying that this year's theme was the resiliency, which is
Yeah.
to me, you know what I mean, that, all this stuff will come down the pike like months later after we had made that decision. And then it just turned out to be a situation where we just was like, all right, well, how are we going to be resilient in face of, it not being safe for us to gather? So, I mean, this is our first time ever doing something like this, so it feels good. But I need a deeper level of connectivity. So we're gonna use what we can, you know what I'm saying, and keep the information. The goal for this year is really, man, just to make sure the information is still accessible to the people, you know what I mean, and we can introduce folks in the network to all of the people that are doing amazing stuff, such as yourselves, and we can draw closer in terms of connectivity as a result. So.
And it's really important because like our hair is resilient, right? Like if you have natural hair, even if you don't have natural hair, it's cool because we as a people in our DNA, we are resilient and it comes through in the most beautiful way in our hair. So we're so happy that we could share this moment and be virtual and still be able to connect and share that we are resilient through the earth. The earth is our most stable connector, and it connects us to spirit. So we also want to say a shout out to family of Chadwick Boseman, because we've lost a king, but we know that death is not what it seems.
Nobody ever really does.
It's actually alchemy. So he's still here with us in spirit. Ashe.
And just to everyone that we've lost this year, my cousin. So just hug the people you love.
Yeah.
And do things new.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Man, give people their flowers right now. And
For sure.
Y'all.
Well, thank you. Thank you for continuing this. And can't wait to do it again in person next year.
My partner says save the Yoni thing for her. She says.
I got you.
Which one?
I got a few colors for you. Hit me up.
Okay.
We good.
Okay, whichever one that you showed in the video, she said she.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
All right, look, I'm gonna move on.
All right.
Get in touch and be looking for a text from me in a few seconds, or at least Fancy, I'm gonna add you because I know you're my friend on Facebook. So
Sounds awesome. It's great to be a part of the Happily Natural Day family. Are we still gonna see you back at 5:30?
yes,
Or
you'll be back at 5:30.
all right.
All right, see y'all later.
Bye.
Right. Okay, check us out now. So, all right, we're gonna take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with Leah Penniman. We got a video presentation from her, and so we're gonna be checking in there, and then we'll go right into our presentation from Aris Latham. So you're now tuned in to the Oh my God. Oh man, I'm tired though. Hey, yo, peace and power. We are going to pause this.